China is so much bigger economy than Russia is, with so much bigger military than Russia is. So if you're saying that you're not able to beat, that we collectively are not able to really pressure Russia so much that it would have an effect, because then how do you say that you're able to take on China risk?
She is so attractive and she is so dumb. I love it when she puts out a quote. It is the most fascinating thing in the world to me. It trips me out. Let's watch her again. This is Kalis. This is the one from Estonia. I love watching her. It is almost adorable, but
China is so much bigger economy than Russia is, with so much bigger military than Russia is. So if you're saying that you're not able to beat, that we collectively are not able to really pressure Russia so much that it would have an effect, because then how do you say that you're able to take on China risk?
that is amazing. She's from Estonia. This is the mighty Estonian military that she's effectively talking about. She is on the battlefield. I'm sorry, not her. She's not bright enough to be on the battlefield. The military has an age and intelligence requirement that they typically, usually, I would imagine, even in Estonia, even though that may be a lower IQ, that they typically allow people to get on the battlefield. She, at best, can be a mascot. She cannot handle any weapons. I would be shocked if they allow her near a stove. But she is effectively saying, if we can't beat Russia, then how are we going to take on China? You have moved from a country that you're losing to another country that you would lose to. I can't believe that that is the best Estonia has. But maybe I'm wrong. Like I said, very beautiful, very dumb. And yet, this is the caliber of European leadership that has been there for the last 3 years, led by a man who is mentally ill by the majority of accounts of Americans, Joe Biden. Donald Trump has gotten in office, and by many accounts, people believe he is also mentally ill. But Donald Trump at least had enough sense to recognize what was taking place on the battlefield, and in recognizing what was taking place in the battlefield, realizing this is an unmitigated disaster. When have you ever known Donald Trump to be in a position of authority, meaning a position where he is winning, and not press that advantage? You haven't. When he's bringing European leaders like her into the US and he makes fun of them, he's doing so because he can. When he is saying stuff like, yeah, Japan is going to pay me this much and South Korea is going to pay me this much, these people are going to pay me this much. Why is he doing it? Because he can. When he's dealing with China and he's dealing with Russia, why does he not do it? Because he can't. It's an issue of power. People like her have none. People like Putin, or for that matter, Xi Jinping, they do. This is what is taking place to set the context, because today is a historic day. The Alaska Summit is taking place. In fact, it's going to start relatively soon. It hasn't started already. We're in a different time zone. I'm like 15 hours ahead, something, give or take. It's nighttime for me. It's morning over there. So you guys are probably going to be there in the morning when this takes place. And I guess I'll check the news to see if there's any reports or anything coming out of it over the course of the show. But it is a historic day. I was there for the Joe Biden-Putin summit when that took place. Proudly there for it, representing Sputnik. I am not able to be there for this one in Alaska, but I'm there in spirit, and I will follow it as it goes through. I don't think I'm as cynical as some of the people. By the same token, I don't think I'm as hopeful as many others. I think I'm somewhere in the middle on this. And I'm somewhere in the middle on this just because there's a battlefield reality that the U.S., Trump, ostensibly being head of that U.S., has to effectively deal with. For the last 3 years, we've seen a war of attrition. As that war of attrition has gotten, let's say, more intense, trigger warning. More and more, you're seeing events like this take place on the battlefield. I'm trying to give you the context of why this meeting is taking place. It's these people, and hey, buddy, what you doing? Hey! Oh my God! Oh my God! And here is another one where things are being blown up, things are being stalked. Anytime there's a grouping of 5 or more people, it gets destroyed. This has been taking place all along the lines of combat. Hey, there's a vehicle there. Let's see if we can blow that up. Oh, yes, we can blow that up. And here's another vehicle with people in it. And these people are about to lose their lives. I'm trying to make the point that this is what the battlefield looks like increasingly, day in, day out, with increasing severity for the Ukrainian military. Here's another one. This is a base where they were building those German missiles that we've heard so much about. All of these buildings have been destroyed. Precision strikes on every last one of those buildings, destroying all of those buildings. Recently, the New York Times pointed out all of these American mercenaries and all these foreign mercenaries that had just gotten completely and entirely demolished. What started off as a war of attrition has become almost a stride that will turn eventually into a run. Here's another one. If you want to see some tank battles, it's not just drones. Some pipe work. I will refuse in this moment to make a penis joke, but obviously it's a war. And it's a war where we're talking about, 120,000, maybe 150,000 Russians are dead, over 1 million Ukrainians, maybe up to 1.5 million. It is a modern war. And for the Ukrainian side, that modern war has gotten worse and worse and worse, where they've gotten to the point where they can't plug their gaps. And what started off as this capability of, at the very least, being able to defend themselves has started to show where you can defend one space, but you're opening up another space. You're defending your stomach, I'm going to hit you in the mouth. Defend your mouth, hit you in the stomach. And that has gotten worse and worse and worse, and has only increased over the last month or so. With 2 or 3 months, Donbass will fall. That's the context. That's the context. That's what we're having a meeting. If you want to see it in real terms over a long period of time, take a look at this. This is a visual representation of the battlefield. And you can say a visual representation of why Donald Trump is in Alaska as we speak. The red is the Russians. Lava flow, a war of attrition, where the severity and the speed has only increased. I don't even know if this map takes into consideration what's taken place over the last week, but obviously it's inexorably moving westward with the Ukrainian military that's incapable of doing anything to stop it, or for that matter, with the US or Europe being incapable of doing anything to stop it. The Times came out and pointed out that the British are no longer going to send military in Ukraine. I would imagine now the French or any of those other idiots part of the coalition of the willing that was saying that stuff because all things being equal, they wanted to try to put the kibosh on negotiations. Donald Trump has apparently attacked many people in the US and the media for that matter, because the media has a very particular point of view of making any kind of negotiations in a war that none of them have to fight. So there's that. Now, Trump, the point that I'm making is in Alaska. I feel like this is the Matrix, where Neo is like, why am I here? He said, you are here because everybody in Zion is going to die. Trump is in Alaska because every man, woman that is in that military, every grandpa, every grandma, every handicapped person that they put on that front line in order to fight the Russians will get shot in the face, or they are going to flee out of Donbass when Russia takes Donbass. And if they continue to move from there, they will continue to take more and more territory demilitarizing Ukraine in the most brutal way possible. You saw those attacks with drones. You saw those attacks with tanks. There are also bullets. There are also knife fights. All of those things take place. I'm trying to point out that they're in Alaska because Trump understands that the gamble that the United States made by knocking over the government of Ukraine, by blowing off the agreements, Minsk 1 and 2, and the Istanbul agreements, has inexorably led to this. There's an opportunity. Now, will Trump take that opportunity? There are two schools of thought. One school of thought is that much of the bellicosity that you've seen out of Trump, oh, Putin, I'm so angry at Putin and everything else, had more to do with this idea of placating many elements of the West, including his own political party. Now, there's a logic to it. I'm not going to undercut it entirely, because if you think about it, Donald Trump ultimately, as I pointed out in one of my other videos that didn't get that many views, but it was still a good video, when he is making this argument, I gave him javelins. Obama gave him sheets, but I gave him javelins. I was the one that helped defend Ukraine. Why is he saying that? Nobody even asked him a question. He's saying it because he is deeply and irrecoverably insecure. And what he's insecure about is because Donald Trump was president for 4 years, where they called him everything but a child of God, called him a Putin puppet, said he was working for the Russians, said he was a Manchurian candidate, showed pictures of him doing inappropriate things with Vladimir Putin. All of this stuff was chum in the water, attacking and going after his particular ego. That is why he takes, on some level, this hard stance. The same argument that the mainstream media is making right now, that Donald Trump is going to fold, Donald Trump is going to get conned, Donald Trump is going to get suckered by Putin, Putin is a smooth operator, and Donald Trump is an idiot. All of that stuff that is being reported today, that you can pick up any random newspaper and find, and eats at him. He doesn't like to show it because he likes to be a tough guy, but he eats at him. And because it eats at him, what he takes, his tact is, I gave him javelins. I gave him this. I gave him that. I gave him all this stuff. I'm tough. I'm Donald Trump. I'm not being taken for a ride. This is not a show of weakness because I'm a strong man. But it is weakness. It is. Not from the perspective of an individual, but from the perspective of a country that is losing a war. And as a country that is losing a war, between being radically humiliated when Donbass falls or coming to some kind of deal, some kind of attunement. Attunement is better. He knows it. It's not that I have this belief that it's a lasting peace. The United States is interested in supremacy and primacy of the globe. And in that want of primacy and supremacy of the globe, there's a reason why, while he is doing this, they're also making deals with Azerbaijan and Armenia, which is the soft underbelly of Russia. But he is stuck in a situation where tactically, you need to do something because this is not working out to your interests. And so from my point of view, it is very possible that Trump did send Wickoff to make a deal. It's very possible that while all of the chum and everything else was in the water, when Wickoff was going for 3 hours, 4 hours, 3 hours, all of these hour-long meetings, that things were being worked out. It is very possible that it's the reason that they're doing this now while Congress is not in session, because they don't want to deal with the Congress members making speeches and bellyaching about Donald Trump making a deal with Putin. I'm trying to point out that it is very possible that Donald Trump is navigating this in a particular way where he is at the very least trying to get some level of a ceasefire and is willing to make some kind of deal to get some sort of a ceasefire. That's what he wants. But if that's what he wants, the problem that he is stuck with is an American president is going to have to deal with the real items that brought him to this particular precipice, and that is the expansion of NATO, not just to various countries around Russia, but to the border, and even knocking over the government of Ukraine in 2014 in order to instill a puppet regime that is in there now. Well, it's a different puppet regime, but a puppet regime nonetheless, that has decided to push and ended up in a larger war. If Trump is willing to deal with that, which I don't even know how that would happen. How do you say we're not going to be part of NATO going forward? How do you say that these regions are now going to be part of the Russian Federation? How do you do that as an American president? How do you say we're not going to fulfill or give more military aid. We're not going to allow them to rebuild their military. We're not going to. These are a lot of demands. They're not insane, but they're a lot of demands. Now, you may be able to come up with some level of a ceasefire in the short term, while some other items like NATO and everything else is worked out. But then you have an issue with the Russians, who's not going to believe you, and you need to do something in order to get them to believe you, in order to enshrine or shrine their interests. They're not doing Minsk 3. I don't believe for a moment that Putin is going to go for the okey doke, for the banana in the tailpipe as a Minsk 3. I don't buy it. I would lose all sorts of respect for Vladimir Putin if he did that. I have to believe he's a much better and smarter person than that. So, what is this conversation? And can these two sides come to an agreement in an area of radical distrust? That is a damn good question. And that, on some level, is going to be what is felt out in Alaska today. Let's be very clear. I do believe that Witkoff offered something. And even in the conversations that were being had in Russia, it was that something was offered. It is very possible that there were conversations that was taking place over the entirety of this time. And apparently there were telegram messages or whatever that were going back and forth between the two sides in private and in secret in order to work out the details of this meeting. So, radical optimism? No. Radical cynicism? Also, no. Trump needs a win. Trump needs an off-ramp. And because he needs these two things, it is very possible he's willing to trade something in order to get those two things. Putin, who is chasing safety, may be willing to give something, who knows what that something is, in order to come up with a deal that, while it may not be perfect, may secure Russia in the short term. Arno, and I'm coming to you in a moment, Andre. Arno made the point of saying, look, none of this stuff is forever. And ultimately, if you can get 5-10 years of breathing room, then you take it. Who knows what happens in those 10 years? European Union, or at the very least, these edifices may collapse. The United States may end up in some kind of financial trouble where it can't proceed. We're already $37 trillion in debt. There could be a financial crisis to decimate Europe and, for that matter, America. Hell, you may get a BRICS currency that undercuts the dollar. Who knows? You deal with what you have now if it's something that's better off as opposed to what you're going to get later. We'll see. We'll see. I'm not radically optimistic. I'm not radically pessimistic. I'm more curious about what these sides can come up with based on what everybody in the process needs, and whether those needs can be supplied in a way that A, gives some sort of assurances and allowances and leverage. And maybe leverage is not the right word for it, but America's going to have to take steps first. Can you push a proxy into it? Well, yeah, you can threaten to walk. Either you walk, which gets Russia what it wants, or for that matter, you push them into a particular deal. Ukraine can't carry the burden on their own. The notion that they have a choice is nonsense. I'm going to go to my man, Andrii. Andrii, welcome to the show, man. I haven't seen you in a long time.
Hi, Jamal. Good to see you also.
It's good to see you, man. I'm sorry for the delay. I was trying to...
No, it was interesting. Your speech monologue actually got me thinking a lot of stuff out there. So I was actually very interested in listening to you, and I was ready to listen even more. So no problem.
Oh no, I don't want you. No, I don't want you to have to listen more.
No, that was good. That was good. That was actually got me thinking some stuff. Yeah.
Well, Andrii Telizhenko, he's a Ukrainian whistleblower and a former diplomat. He was there when all of this started. Give me your thoughts on today. I mean, it's a historic day, potentially. And maybe that's the question. Do you think it is a historic day? Or do you think all of this is a quote-unquote trap in the way that some people say it?
No, it is a historical day for a step forward to making peace. And hopefully there will be some steps taken by both sides in the situation. It's a historical day because you have a meeting of the president of the Russian Federation, the president of the United States on Alaska, U.S. territory today, former Russian territory. Historically, it's an interesting piece of land where there's a lot of Orthodox Christians living there. And basically, it's the vibe of the United States and the heartbeat of former Russian empire. So very interesting. And the fact is that here, as we say, we're going to be looking up to what's going to happen. We cannot say one side or another because there's going to be talk between the two presidents. And I've been waiting for this so long. I've been talking about this on your show, on different shows, that we need a meeting between the two presidents. Only a personal meeting, one-on-one, for a couple of hours, will get an understanding. Can we end this war, or this will escalate and go somewhere more uglier and further? Because if they can hear each other out, not over the phone, because one thing over the phone, everybody's used to Zoom, phone, and everything else. It's not how things are done in the real world. You make a deal personally. You sit down, you talk, you look each other into the eyes, you do a handshake, you feel the vibe of each person in the room, and you talk, and you hear each other out. And if this is going to work out, if Putin can reach out to Trump and convince him, and Trump can also from his side convince Putin and Venezuela to go one way or another, this is going to be a big thing. We can move forward from this, and I believe so. I don't want to also prognose on this, because right now, one thing is to prognose when there's the elites are talking between each other, the ministers, the middleman, everything else. But this is the two leaders, and they have to say to each other one thing and another that we don't know. Like, we know what they're going to talk about, but what and how they're going to push this, we're going to see. And the outcome, when how long it's going to be this meeting, the mimics and how the mood of the two leaders after they come out of the meeting. And I believe, as we talked about before, that there are things they already agreed upon. I believe that there are things that should be done. I believe personally that because the United States, under the Biden-Obama administration, the neocons started this war using proxy Ukraine, they should end it. And at the same time, Russia is being very modest into letting the United States today save its face, saying, yes, you are, today's administration, you are the middleman. You can negotiate between us and Ukraine. Let's do that. We will let you, if you want to speak this way, do it for your own sake, but let's finish this. So Russia is moving a lot of things forward, even within the negotiating on Ukraine, but also the deals on the mid-range missiles, which are being talked about, and Putin mentioned those yesterday in Kremlin. That this is a very important thing. The United States actually went out of, under the Biden administration, on the mid-range missiles, which the United States is right now pushing and imposing, and in the European Union, which are basically, there was a deal, a contract after the Soviet Union fell apart with Russia, that there's a limit of mid-range level missiles that can be put and assembled anywhere else in the world with tactical nuclear warheads.
Yeah.
And the United States left that deal. Russia, on its hand, for 6 months, even more, actually obeyed the deal, even though it was not even relevant. It was not enacted by the United States. Russia didn't act on it, actually obeyed and didn't persuade us. But this is what they're going to also talk about. Mid-range level nuclear or tactical missiles, which the United States actually is going to put and is planning to put in the Philippines to target Beijing and China. So this is a long-range variety of talks, not just Ukraine. You have the Arctic, not just the minerals in the Arctic and in that area, but also the route, the Arctic route, which is 9,000 kilometers shorter than you go through the Suez Canal. So, and Russia's ready to open to the world, to have the world use it, having the 25 nuclear icebreakers that in the Russian fleet. US only has 2. So this is a lot of stuff that are going to be talked about. Economy, nuclear tactical warfare and arsenals that are basically are mismanaged and that can bring to the brink of World War III. because that is the reality that can change the world. Not in the Ukraine situation that Ukraine has lost. It's not Ukraine, but the key regime. But the tactical nuclear warheads that are being placed right now and may be placed in the Philippines and may lead to China to freak out and then let's do World War III. China is not going to negotiate like Russia and thinking how should we save the world. China's going to act because that's how they do. They're strong in their foreign policy by acting and doing things to undermine the West. So this is a lot of things that are going to be put on the table, and one of them is Ukraine. And the United States is using Ukraine as a trade deal, a card that they know Russia wants it more than anything else. Ukraine is more important to Russia than Iran, than any other deal, because it was part of Russia, it historically is, and as I said, I was taught in the universities in 20 years ago in Washington that Ukraine cannot be touched by the West. It was always part of Russia. It has to be neutral, no NATO. That's what things were taught in universities in Washington 20 years ago. And I don't know what changed the last 20 years that people in DC started to think that they can use Ukraine in this situation. So everything can be on the table. What are they going to come up with? What is going to be the deal? How is the U.S. face is going to be saved in this situation? Because today the reality is going to be how to save the U.S. so they can leave Ukraine alone. That's what I think.
69%. The polling in Ukraine, I think it was a Gallup poll, that says 69% want the war to stop. Basically, make a deal and stop this war. That is an astonishing change. I mean, the numbers were flipped prior compared to what they are now. When you saw the protests that were taking place, did you think those were astroturf? Did you think those were people that were coming out in righteous indignation? Did you think they were both?
You have to understand the protests in Ukraine at that time. There are people who did come out for their own faith and for their own support and belief that they wanted they're against the Zelensky regime and etc. But the organizers and the coordinators of those protests were supported by the G7 ambassadors.
I see.
And I can tell you a lot of examples why. From my information, I know that. Additionally, so for your logical thinking, for people just to understand, in the last 3.5 years, the mothers of the dead soldiers could not protest. Anytime they came out on the street, anywhere in Ukraine, they were wrapped up by the security service of Ukraine and taken to prisons, and then they were let out, but they were questioned, etc. 30 minutes, the protest never lasted no longer than that, and that is it. The last 3.5 months. These protests were all over Ukraine. They were assembled and coordinated by the G7 ambassadors, the organization of those and the politicians, yes. But the people who came out, a lot of them, I think they are showing that they are against Zelensky, and then there's more people, but they're afraid to come out because they are afraid that somebody's going to come to their door tomorrow and drag them into the prison of the security service of Ukraine and say that they're a Russian spy and give them a life sentence. That's what the head of security service of Ukraine was talking about just yesterday, saying and bragging about how we have political prisoners in Ukraine. By his record, it's more than 3,000. By the record of the United Nations, it's more than 23,000 political prisoners in Ukraine, a so-called democracy of the world. And they're giving them from 15 years to a life sentence just for speaking out against the Zelensky regime. So I think those protests show that there's a possibility of regime change in Ukraine, but only a possibility of regime change if it's going to be guided under like a coup, as always, guided by the State Department. So we'll see where it would lead. And I think the neocons in Washington are trying to undermine and will try to undermine these peace negotiations by trying to overthrow Zelensky's regime, change for somebody else, more convenient puppet of theirs to continue this war. Yes, they'll try to go with the peace talk again as Zelensky came to power, but then when they come to power, they'll continue this war and then they'll have we'll have a legitimate government in Ukraine or whatever, but they will try to do that kind of maneuver, and I'm afraid of that happening also on the side because the evil is not sleeping. The evil is there, and they're undermining and trying to do something to get the war to continue to make money for themselves. A couple of $1 billion they're making for themselves a month. So that's a good thing for them. $1 billion a month. Why not? So that's what they're going to continue to do.
I'm glad you mentioned that. Oh, I got to come back to that. I'm glad you mentioned that. Because, yeah, you're talking about this idea where they were taking, I think it was like $5 million a week
50.
and shipping it to the bank accounts in the
50.
UAE.
50. I've been talking about the OAE a lot. I think I didn't mention on the show, but on other shows I did mention a couple months ago. But to look into the OAE, because I know there's a RICO case in the United States on Zelensky regime and his surrounding. And I know that the money was going from Kiev to OAE and then to Western Europe. And I've been talking about that for months and months, saying, look into OAE, wink, wink, the FBI or whatever who's investigating this. Look into what's happened from OAE in Ukraine and people involved in this and oligarchs from Ukraine involved in this. Mindich, Butkevich, Lyovichkin, and people from Zelensky surrounding. And it got published recently that they are one of the money transfers they locked in was the Turkish paper published at OAE and then the French into the French banks. So this is what the reality is. So I've been talking about this for months and months, and now hopefully things are trying to unravel through the press and authorities that this is really happening. And I think the numbers there are just the first figures. There's more. There's billions of dollars of being transferred and laundered from Ukraine, and we're transferring from Ukraine, outside of Ukraine, to Western banks, and then not just to Zelensky's pocket, but to the owners of Zelensky, who are the deep state, the Democratic Party, Macron, Starmer, Adam Schiff, Newland, Hillary Clinton, Obama, whatever you call those. Those are the people who are making money on it.
I'm curious on something else. You mentioned, so apparently there is a suspicious looking old woman that has been found in the Alaskan airport that the police have stopped and is questioning. Now, we don't know who this old woman is. He's looking very suspicious. Just pointing it out, right? It's wild to me when Zelensky comes out and he's like, I'm not doing land swaps. I'm not doing, I'm not leaving the Donbass. I want $1 trillion from Vladimir Putin. I have a lot of coke to buy. I need $1 trillion. And I need these security guarantees. Like, he's making all of these demands as if he's not a proxy. Now, you point out that you're concerned that, let's say, the deep state may overthrow the government to get rid of Zelensky, to put in somebody who's more of a hardliner. But all of these people are effectively equal, right? I mean, all of these people are coming from the same political party. Either Nazis, or let's say people on that political side of the spectrum, on a hard right.
They're all owned by the same people in Washington.
Exactly. And so what does it matter if it's Zelensky or somebody else? How does either the Zelensky or somebody else tell Trump, no, I'm not doing this? If Trump comes up with a deal, Trump says, all right, I got a deal. I think this is fair. I think this is legit. And he goes to Zelensky and say, hey, Zelensky, or some rando, whoever you want to put. Hey, Zelensky, I think this is a great deal. And Zelensky says, no, I'm not doing that. And Trump says, okay, I'm walking. You guys are all miserable people. I'm out. That is a worst case scenario for Europe and Ukraine. How would they effectively tell Trump no if Trump actually gets a deal that Trump wants, like a ceasefire that he's okay?
They're trying to sell the situation, not just to Trump, but to the public in Europe, to prolong this war, to get the financing. So with the change of the face, which is going to be the same body, the same mindset, to continue this war, they're going to do like a PR image change, like with an image of Pepsi. They changed the same brand, the logo has changed, but everything else the same. And they're going to try to sell that to Trump and say, oh, he has the support of the people. Zelensky didn't, you know that, but this guy he had all these military and the people backing up. We cannot go against them. So they're going to try to prolong this for a couple of months or whatever they need to make more money on this, or to try to sabotage this and get to hold on to the U.S. elections in Congress. Hopefully they're thinking the neocons and the liberals and Democrats, I think they're going to win and have the majority, and then they can make a fuss with Trump and saying we have a new regime in Kiev. Let's work with them. They have more support. That's what they're holding. They need time for the U.S. elections to Congress, which they think they can get the majority back from the Republicans and get basically try to push Trump in using Congress in that situation. So that's what it's at this time. They don't have the time. Putin has time. Trump doesn't have that much time. They think they don't have at all time at all. These guys are like done. They're lost. The Kiev regime lost in the situation. They cannot give out anything, any proposals or any saying no because they're the losing side. The losing side doesn't dictate their doesn't dictate anything at all in the situation, especially being a proxy losing side. So this what they're trying to do: change the image, change the brand, continue this whole situation, show that this guy has the new support, whatever Poroshenko is going to be, or some general or Zelensky or any other party. But this is what the British are behind this whole situation. The MI6 is behind this. And I know from fact, and I've been talking also about this, that there are several military intelligence units in Western Ukraine, Ternopil and Khmelnytsky, that are coordinating with the Baltic states with the British, and they're ready to go on Kiev to overthrow Zelensky when needed to change this whole situation. They don't care. Like these people on the ground in Ukraine, they all be given European or British passports from the military side. They overthrow, they leave Ukraine. They don't care what's going to happen there next. But the people who are puppeteering the situation, they need time to continue this war.
I know, but that doesn't mean they're desperate. So
yes, they're desperate. So that's the problem. When a rat is in a hole, or you put the rat right in the corner, it's going to bite even thing which is 10 times bigger than itself. They're ready to fight back. They're like a rat in a hole in the corner, trying to bite anything that goes against them. If Trump makes a deal, he goes away from Ukraine. They'll try to push this through on Congress if they try to win it, or to the Europeans, and try to continue this war as long as possible, even a guerrilla warfare from Europe. For the financing that Europe can get, they cannot give $300 billion to Ukraine anymore. Maximum $1 billion a year. A war costs $1 billion a month for Russia. Yeah, the Ukraine cannot withstand that kind of. So it's going to be a guerrilla warfare. That's what they're going to try to push into. But even then, they're going to try to fight, try to undermine for Russia, so Russia will have problems in Ukraine, and Russia cannot start rebuilding Ukraine and show a picture that, because if Russia will have Ukraine's territory or Kiev will be under Moscow, under the Russian world plan, and Kiev was always there for thousands of years, and Kiev is going to come back, and there's going to be some image change, and there's going to be better, people are going to start living better. They don't want that. They want just to make things worse. They don't care about the people. They don't care about Russians. They don't care about Ukrainians. They just want things to rot in that area to show, oh, look how bad it is, and make problems for the Russian Federation. That is it.
But the problem they have is that even if you get rid of Zelensky, the 69% wasn't an evaluation of Zelensky. It was an evaluation of the war. There's a difference in those things. Even if we put in Zelensky, it's not like, all right, guys, I'm here. Let's continue the war. And the audience, the public is like, hey, we have a new guy. Let's continue the war. It's not that. Like we want this to stop.
For Ukrainians, it's always the West has always counted Ukrainians as a testing site for their own propaganda. So they think and they believe with the change you will face and a new maneuver of trying to change the political reality in Ukraine, the people will start supporting this guy more, and because trusting him more and believe that this can bring them victory or better peace deals or whatever. So this is what we try to push, and we're going to try to push in the Ukrainian society through the propaganda they have within Ukraine, because everything is owned by the government. Basically, Telegram channels are being blocked in Ukraine. YouTube channels are being blocked in Ukraine. My Facebook page, by the order of the security service of Ukraine to Facebook, an American website owned in California by Zuckerberg, wrote a letter to block my Facebook page on Ukrainian territory. So people in Ukraine, 90% cannot see my Facebook page, even though I had like 40,000 followers before. So this is like what they're doing, and this is how they can manage and micromanage the situation. Oh, they're not going to win. They don't want to do this to win or to do something. They are doing this to try to bite Russia a bit and make money on this. A couple of months more, it's a couple more $1 billion. Why not? They don't care about the lives or how many people are going to die. If they did care about the lives, they would have stopped this in Minsk 1. And Ukraine could have had Donbass as an autonomy. This would be over with. We would live without no war. But no, they continue. They continue. 40,000 dead in Donbass from the by the Ukrainian army. This is what happened. 40,000 altogether with the military and civilians. More than 2,000 kids dead in Donbass by the hands of the Ukrainian military. That's what the reality is. And they didn't care. They continued this war. They could have stopped it. They continued this. And now we would have more and more bloodbath in that region. So this is what the deep state is planning. This is what they're trying to undermine these peace negotiations because they know these peace negotiations can work out. They know that Trump and the United States cannot afford this war with the $37 trillion debt, which you mentioned before. They know that because the missiles and the military equipment they have in the United States, they cannot send it more out to Europe and Ukraine. Even what Europe can buy from the United States to sell to Ukraine and to give to Ukraine, it has to be put on a waiting list for a couple of years to manufacture those military equipment and missiles. Artillery shells, sorry, not missiles, artillery shells. So this is what the reality is. The West cannot protect itself. That's what they need to change and go out of this war in Ukraine. And that's what some of the analytical reports I've been talking about were given to Trump in March and February of 2025, that the longer he stays in Ukraine, the harder is going to be a hit for the United States when it comes out. So he needs to come out fast, and Russia is helping the United States to come out of the Ukraine conflict as easy as possible right now, while the United States is still agreeing on the terms, but on both equal terms Russia and the United States proposed on the table. As soon as Trump goes out of those proposals and says, no, I want it my way, if he's going to be convinced by the neocons and people like Rubio by his side that, no, we have to continue this war, or at least not agree to the Russian terms because it's going to show weakness, then Russia's going to turn away and say, look, we try to help you, but now you're part of the problem. You are part of this conflict. So let's start dealing from the other way around. But hopefully it doesn't go that way. Hopefully they will make an agreement. Instead, starting from the tactical nuclear missiles and then with the conflict in Ukraine, make money, not war. That's the real game in the situation. And that's what the United States can actually do.
Say, for example, you're right, and that they actually do come up with some kind of agreement, whatever that agreement is. Zelensky at this point has been screaming, I'm not accepting land swaps. I'm not leaving the Donbass. I'm not doing this. I'm not doing that. What do you think is in his mind? I mean, you've met him prior. Like, I know you're not close, but you've met him. Like, my hypothesis is that Zelensky is stuck with his own reality. And that reality is, I'm surrounded by a bunch of banderites. And any deal that I sign is going to be the deal or my last signing of anything. So regardless of the Ukrainian people, I've made this argument that Zelensky, every grandma, every grandpa, every child, every random person that Zelensky throws into a Russian wood chipper is 1 hour of life longer that he has in his mind. Because the moment that he has to sign anything is the moment that his either political life, his actual life is over with. Meaning Zelensky is either going to end up dead in jail or fleeing to Paris into some villa. Like, he knows it, which means any incentive in the world or everything that's taking place in the world in regards to Ukraine and the number of people that are dying matters less than his own life because he doesn't have a future. Is that how you see it? I mean, because otherwise, this is not necessarily the greatest of situations. And any schoolboy can look at what's taking place on the battlefield and say, hey, you're losing. Your people are being killed. The speed at which Russia is advancing is increasing. Give me your take on that. What do you think is in his mind in this?
But the death toll is over 1.5 million Ukrainian soldiers.
Yes.
1.5 million Ukrainian soldiers. The Russian death toll is much less than that. We can
I thought it was like 150,000 or 105. Like, 1.5
It's
million.
it's
I'm sorry.
around it's under 300,000 overall.
Yeah.
So under 300,000 overall. So even with the exchange rate of the bodies compared how much Ukraine is giving to Russia and Russia is giving to Ukraine, we can calculate this middle term. What is that? 5,000 compared to 64. That's already a close that gate already, and you don't even talk about it. So Zelensky is a bully. Zelensky is a drug addict, a bully and a drug addict who actually thinks that mm, he can win this, or he has the power to continue this in any terms, and he can sell out anything he can to the West. He's ready to
Wait. I'm
sell
sorry
out
to interrupt you.
anything.
I'm sorry to interrupt you. You really think that he thinks he can still win this?
Yes, that's what he thinks. He can, but for himself, not Russia, but for himself, to
Oh,
stay in
okay.
power
I'm sorry.
longer, because his life, as you said before, depends on him staying in power.
Right.
Every Ukrainian dies. When the Ukrainian dies on the battlefield, it's a one more day for Zelensky to be in power. That's the reality, and he doesn't care about it. He's ready to sell out to the West everything he can to stay in power. To say, "I'm your guy. I'm ready to be your guy. Whatever you need me, rape me if needed, but I'm going to be here because I know I'm going to die if this changes." The Banderates, the Nazis around him, are controlled by the CIA. They are there to control him and to control the so-called political situation in Ukraine. And so his way out was not to start this war. When he started this war, because he signed his basically himself a death ticket one way, because he couldn't have won Russia in this situation. What they wanted from the deep state by winning Russia is to having a protest in Russia to try to topple the Putin government, which has full support of the Russian people, as we saw with the elections happening in Russia. Ukraine didn't have elections, Russia did, and Putin won again. Ukraine didn't have elections because even with the dictatorship Ukraine had on its territory, they could not have won this war because everybody understood Zelensky would not be the winner. So Zelensky right now has no way out. He will fight to his death or until he flees the country. I think he's going to flee to London because that's where he's a citizen of London, of Great Britain, together with Yermak. Yermak is feeding him false information to Zelensky that there's still possibilities. Yermak is traveling around the globe and trying to talk to lobbyists in Washington and London to try to push and continue this warfare because that's what they need. But as soon as Zelensky is going to break, and there's already talks that a lot of people from Zelensky's surroundings, like the Shafir brothers, who are also the pockets and the money launderers for Zelensky's money, have left Ukraine. Mindich, one of the oligarchs in Ukraine, who was close to Zelensky, who was investigated by the NABU, has fled Ukraine with his money. Those talks, I don't know if that's true, but I'm just saying that's what I'm emphasizing. And there's talks, but if that's true, Zelensky's days are numbered. And as soon as his days are done, Yermak is going to be the first one who's going to flee Ukraine. And we're seeing Yermak trying to get close to Zelensky right now to try to, if there's going to be a coup and a regime change, Yermak will be also together with Zelensky because Yermak is an MI6 agent, not a real agent, but he's he works for them. Yeah, he's an asset, an informant, but he has a British passport also. So they are owned by the British intelligence and the deep state, the West, because the deep state has right now from Washington moved to London and to Paris. And because Trump is in power, they're afraid of retaliation against him because the truth is coming out in Washington. That's a separate story. But so this is what the reality is. And Yermak is going to change his sides really fast. He is the one who's feeding Zelensky lies. He's the one who's treating Zelensky like cocaine. He's the one who's cleaning Zelensky up for meetings after the coke. And yeah, he's the one actually giving him the IV, keeping him ready for the meetings. So he's there for him, and Zelensky trusts him so bad that he actually is going to lose, and he lost already because he doesn't have the right information, and he's being fed lies on the new situation, on what's happening on the ground in Ukraine, on the international arena, and he's being fed lies that he can actually win the situation over Trump and hold on until the Congress elections in next year in the United States, and then he can come back as a victory guy with the Democrats in Congress trying to wave the U.S. flag in the Capitol Hill or the Ukrainian flag or whatever he's going to leave. So this is how he sees the picture, and he hates Trump for this because he understands that the fight is done because the truth and people who want peace have come to power.
Cocaine's a hell of a drug, man. Cocaine's a hell of a drug. I'm curious on something else.
Don't do drugs, people. Don't do drugs because you're going to lose your mind over this.
It's the type of drug. The type of drug. Cocaine is just, from my understanding, it's the Rick James thing, right? Rick James is like, cocaine is a hell of a drug. I'm curious on you and your thinking, just as a Ukrainian. I mean, you have to. I had a conversation with a woman from Lebanon the other day. It was rough because I know that my government was directly responsible for the situation that she's in. I mean, when somebody's telling you, you guys have blown up my house, it's like, oh, geez, my tax dollars went for that. That's rough. Like that's, for the longest time, even on the radio show, I used to say, what was this for? At some point, that question is going to have to be asked in Ukraine. There's a reckoning that's going to have to take place. As a Ukrainian, knowing that Europe, this is going to sound weird, but as somebody who worked for Sputnik at one point, and as somebody who often gets considered where he's just pushing for the Russians, I would argue that I was more in Ukraine's camp than Ukraine was, and that many people in Europe and many people in America. And the reason why I say that is I kept thinking this was a catastrophe. The notion that the United States knocks over a government and then turns it into a battering ram is outrageous. Like it's mind-blowing that all of these people died for what? For geopolitical expansion. And that my country was a country that was effectively giving money, weapons to band of banderites in order to kill Russians in one sense, but get their own people killed in another sense, in a war that, if I'm being very honest with you, in some of the reporting, like some of the documentation about extending or overextending Russia, they never believed Ukraine could win. They just wanted to sap Russia of its strength, overextend Russia, keep them out of other theaters, meaning they use Ukraine as a proxy, as a battering ram, as a patsy of sorts, leading them down the primrose path, I think Mearsheimer would say. I find that to be disgusting. I find it to even be evil in the most harshest of terms. As a Ukrainian, knowing that, and you're looking at Europe saying, keep fighting, we're going to overthrow the government if we need to, with 69% of the public saying, we want to stop this war. We don't care what the public thinks. We need Ukraine to keep fighting. These are not people who care about Ukraine if they're doing that, right? What do you think, as a Ukrainian, knowing that they're doing this, that all of Europe is waving a Ukrainian flag while simultaneously trying to get kids thrown into the fight, grandpas thrown into the fight? I mean, elderly, meaning people out of convalescent homes, thrown into the wood chipper. They are effectively want this war to continue. They don't care how many Ukrainians get killed. They just want it to continue. What does it make you think when you're seeing these people waving the yellow and blue flag, acting as if we're allies, we're on your side, we're backing you, we just need you to keep fighting?
They're hypocrites and evil because they're using the pride of the Ukrainians they built up over the 10 years, the Nazi pride they built into the Ukrainians, even though Ukrainians don't understand that, into them that's saying, oh, we are Ukraine, we can do whatever we want. And in using that to go against and fight against Russia. As one of the former kings, we could say, of the Rus talked about, Alexander Nevsky, as we have to build our fortresses in the west and build our alliances in the east. I think that's the new policy for Ukraine in the future, whatever Ukraine is going to be left of. Mm-hmm. And I think that's what we have to acknowledge and work on that, because as 1,000 years ago, the same policy and the same agenda is there from the West to destroy the Rus, the Russian world. And it is the Russian world because Ukraine, even the old books, what the territories of Ukraine today are called Русская земля, Russian land. That's how the kings and the leaders of the Rus talked about that land, Russian, Русская. And so it is all Russian land. It's all the Russian world plan, and you cannot go into that and try to undermine what is happening. We learned our lessons. We understand who the West is. I think hopefully a lot of people in Eastern Europe and Ukraine and the whole world understands who in the West, who is who. It angers me, but there's nothing else we cannot be like them and go and fight and start a war because of what they did and destroy their land. We will have that into our mindset. We will understand that this is what happened. We will learn our history lessons again, which we did not learn from 100 years ago, when in the beginning of the 20th century, where Ukraine also, the territories of Ukraine under the Russian Empire gained its independence for 4 years, so-called independence. There's Western Ukraine, Central Ukraine, UNR, and they fought the Red Army under the guardianship of the French and the British and the Americans and the Poles, and they pushed this idea of a free Ukraine, even though it lost and was a catastrophe because they had the same aggression towards anybody who's speaking Russian. 100 years ago, they did the same thing in Ukraine. Nobody learned its history lesson. Again, it was the West. And when they left Ukraine, hunger came because they took all the animals, all the grain, everything Ukrainian farmers had as payment for their support, and left Ukraine dry. And that's when the first famine in Ukraine happened in the beginning of 1922. So Ukraine lived through this, and then hopefully, again, we will live through this. We will survive. We will be part of or work together with Moscow, Minsk, our brothers around us, peacefully, and then learn our lesson what the West is, and not forget about it. Again, we will not go to war against them. I do not like what the people are doing who are in the West, wearing the Ukrainian flag or is pushing Ukrainians into the fight. The people in Ukraine will have to, Zelensky and his counterparts and everybody else around him will have to face support one way or another in front of the Ukrainian people for killing over 1.5 million Ukrainians and for destroying the country. The people in the West, it's on their soul and what they believe in, it's going to be on them. But we will understand who they are, and we will have our international policy compared when Ukraine is going to be free and sovereign on what the policies of the West did to Ukraine. But we will not go to war together. We will not hate them because we're Christians. We will live with them, and that's how I see it. Even though I had to flee my country, I lost. Not only I was sanctioned by the deep state in Washington, where I grew up in Canada, United States, I cannot go to those countries. My homeland was taken away from me, not because of the war, but because I was going to get killed by the Nazis for speaking about peace with Russia. Even then, I don't have hatred toward them. We will build a country, we will build our policy toward the West the way they did to us. But we will work together on the interests of Ukrainians now, or the land that we're going to be living in our interest, not how they will, and they'll never try to overthrow us or overseek us again. That's what I can bring into the situation and how I see it. I don't know how other people see it. Maybe there's going to be somebody who's going to be more aggressive, somebody less aggressive, somebody maybe pessimistic about everything else, but this is how I see it. I don't have any aggression towards them. I just have pity for what they're going to do to their own countries after they're going to lose Ukraine, and thank God they're going to lose Ukraine from their hands, these evil deep staters. What they're going to do to their own people inside the country, because their focus is going to be changed towards them. People in America, in Europe, what they did, if they did to us, this to us, they don't care about the people living in Germany, or France, or Great Britain, or the United States. These deep staters hate their own, the gut of the people who actually are living there, because they're the elites of the world. They're not. They're evil.
Are you still in contact with people in Ukraine? Do you know whether or not one, I hate Nazis. I don't have pity for Nazis. I hate Nazis. I have no issue saying it. Two, do the people in Ukraine, who do they blame for this? How do they see it? I know you said there's a huge amount of propaganda. And by the way, the Ukrainian woman who they got rid of her account, I don't know if you saw that. She had a YouTube account of over 2 million people.
Yeah,
I just up in smoke. And so the point that you're making about they believe that they can use propaganda to smooth over pretty much everything. They're trying to get rid of effectively media sources that contradict any sort of narrative in Ukraine. But as you point out, the moms that have lost their kids, the people who are being sent to the military, the bodies that are returned that they don't want to pay benefits for, and so they act as if they've gone AWOL. That stuff has to burn, especially when they see the West waving flags. Who do they blame for this? Do they
The
say
West.
it's the Russians' fault? Do they?
Now more and more the West. It's between Russia and the West, but it's leaning more that the West got Ukraine involved in this. That we lived a better life together with Russia on our side, being part of Russia. A lot of families are living in between Russia and Ukraine because we were all one country 35 years ago
Right.
as part of the Soviet Union, and before we were part of the Russian Empire, and before we were part of one nation living with one church, and before we were part of one Kiev, Rus, and the Rus, which basically thrived and got the land where we are seeing today. So we were all part of the Russian land, the Ruskaya Zemlya. We were part of this. We were part of the Orthodox Church, one church for thousands of years. We're having our patriarch in Moscow. We lived together. Ukraine was a land where everybody wanted to come, not only from around the globe, but from the post-Soviet countries. It was one of the thriving countries in the Soviet world, where everybody came to relax, the Black Sea to the Azov Sea, to see their family, to the villages, to get good products, good bread, good meat, because it was basically the basket, not only for Europe, but for the post-Soviet countries. And the hardworking Ukrainians were always welcoming everybody.
Yeah.
This is what Ukraine was. And we had everything. We had our development of missiles, we had development of tanks, satellites, one of the largest planes in the world, one of the strongest military. We had more than 1,500 air defense systems. 1,500 under the Soviet times were protecting Ukraine. Now we have 8 given by the West. And I think out of those 8, 4 are not workable anymore. So this is what the reality has become. Ukraine has become the hatred. So people know and trying to understand. So they are moving right now. They're hating the West and the Westerners more and more. Not just because the West stopped giving money, but because they're understanding that the West got them involved in this. People understand who got them involved, give them a promise that they will be pushing this until the end, the West. The West was the one who pushed Ukraine into this war. And people are trying to understand, getting to understand this more and more. And that's why I'm talking to people on the ground in Ukraine, and even the military. The military who are in the front lines know this, and they're talking about this. And I can tell you, I was reached out just recently. I was shocked by a couple of the radicals who I knew as normal people long time before, but they became part of the Azov battalion. And they reached out to me, even though they hated me and wanted to kill me 4 years ago. They said we have to flee Ukraine because we understand we lost. Our families are selling our real estate around Ukraine, what we have, and we're going to try to flee Ukraine with all our families because we understand we lost. It's done. This is the Azov battalion.
Okay,
so this is the reality on the ground.
You got to explain this part. You said they were normal at one point.
But I'm saying 10 years ago, yeah, I knew these people from a long time ago, and then they became part of the Azov battalion after the coup, and were basically one of the coordinators within the Azov battalion. I stopped talking to them, and then they even threatened my life when the war started, the conflict started, because it was for peace. And just recently, 2 days ago, they reached out to me saying, you were right, Andrii, we have to flee. And we're selling our real estate, our family's selling everything we have, like our apartment, our house in Ukraine, to get the money we can get, the cash, to flee Ukraine and start a new life because we lost. It's over.
I get that part. Okay, what I'm trying to get an understanding of is these were normal people, quote unquote, at one point. And somewhere along the way, after the coup, they became Banderites, effectively Nazis.
Yes.
How does that happen? Like, how does that transition to Bob Cobb is a grocer and a teacher to Bob Cobb wants to kill people. I hope that makes
Propaganda.
sense. I'm not trying to.
Yes, propaganda. They believed in the propaganda that the people in eastern Ukraine were evil and bad, and they are low life, that they have to be killed because of their position of being liking Russia. They got to believe that they have the right to kill those people because they are on the Ukrainian side and are supported by the West, and that's why they went that side. That's from my understanding how they
That's a hell of a
transitioned.
change. I mean,
It
like,
is a lot of people. I can tell you a lot of my family members who I would have never thought would be Banderites or Nazis. They became Banderites or Nazis with the belief through propaganda, believing so much BS on the internet and what they saw, and believing that all that stuff. I'm saying BS, like real BS on the internet. Like the really bad propaganda you can find on the internet when they're showing Ukrainian plane hitting within Ukraine, and let's say it's a Russian plane hitting Ukraine, like that kind of stuff. Like you can check it out, but they still believe it, and they became pro-Nazi, Nazi, supporting Bandera, supporting the other church, because they were put into the mindset to believe that they are the priority in Ukraine. They are the best ones in Ukraine because this is how Ukraine should be. And this is family members that I do not talk to, and very close family members. I can tell you that, which for me it's a shocking revelation when I found out that these people who became like this. And I'm not shocked about these people who were friends of mine a long time before. Like they were grown ups, just they're living their own life. And I know that they changed, and they also went there in there for some money, not just propaganda. They got the propaganda, but then they went in for the money also because they made money on killing people in Eastern Ukraine and robbing them. That's how they made some of them made their fortunes, and that's how they're driving their Mercedes. You can see all these banderites and elite soldiers from Azov wearing Rolexes, driving a Mercedes. They're doing this not just because they're selling weapons, they're selling bodies, they're selling people's lives. They're basically fighting a war and stealing from people valuables, selling that, making money on everything they can, and that's who they have become. Rich so-called soldiers, which now they have to flee Ukraine, and they're talking about this. Even if they're talking about this to me, then that's something's happening on the ground, which we may see develop. That's what I'm talking about, a coup in Ukraine. That's what I'm talking about, that the West has lost it, and they're ready to do anything they can to try to hold this war a bit longer.
But they weren't like this before at all. Like they didn't
No,
harbor, as far as you know, they didn't harbor
no,
any
no,
hatreds. They didn't
no,
hate
no.
Eastern Ukraine. They didn't
Actually,
hate.
they were Russian-speaking people who have their families living in Russia, and they basically just switched, saying, "No, we are the elite nation. The Russians are not," and that's how they started to believe themselves. They liked the idea of being the elite nation. This is what Nazism is:
That is very.
believing that you are an elite and giving
I
you
know,
the glorifying you, putting you up higher than some other nation, and believe that you can do whatever you want to the other nation because they are not elite.
I know, but that's very disturbing to me
It is, and
because
I've been seeing this a lot around myself in Ukraine, and I said a lot of sane people went this way. Even people with money went this way, and I said a lot of family members who I also knew went this way. For me, it was very disturbing watching this unravel. And at the beginning, I hated them because for doing this. Now I just pity them and pray for their souls because it's not. This is just crazy what
I,
propaganda machine can do.
just to be clear, I put this in an American context where I have a teacher. The teacher seems to be very nice, very kind to pretty much everybody. Sweetest guy, sweetest woman. The country is overthrown, and then in 10 years, he wants to kill my guts because I'm Black, or he wants to go after somebody because they're Asian, or they want to go after somebody because they're Hispanic. That is terrifying that people who, under normal circumstances, you think this is just a regular, whatever that means, person, to I'm a fire breathing Nazi who's robbing people and selling guns and getting off on killing some other demographic. And that changeover happens within a decade. That is terrifying, man. Can I ask you one more question?
That's why Russia is talking about denazification. That is true to the ground of it. And that's what has to be done. Ukraine cannot be left the way it is right now because it's going to be a tumor
But how
in
do
the
you
heart
do
of
that?
Europe.
How do you denazify?
You have these. First of all, it's been because a lot of these Azov battalion guys were killed in the first year of the war, which is already a lot. And then the second part is they lose, they go from power. The West stops supporting these radical groups within Ukraine, the CIA, the military intelligence, the elite Ukraine. These guys flee to the origins of the people who made them, America, Europe. That's where they're going to go. They're going to go there. Where else do they go? They're going to Russia? No. They're going to go to Europe and the United States. And that's what's going to happen, I think. That's the reality of what, but they need to be cleaned out of my country. But there, when they come to Europe and the United States, there will be nobody because they have no coordination. They're not coordinated by anybody. So they're just going to start living their little lives as Nazis did after World War II. You never knew what was going to be living by your side one day. You had the brother of Adolf Hitler lived in Ohio, in Cleveland. Nobody knew that who lived by their side.
I don't think so, Andre. I think those people are going to go to Europe and they're going to be very pissed off. And they're going to say that Europe and America didn't support them to the hilt. They're going to have a stab in the back myth. And you're going to see bombings, shootings. You're going to see all sorts of stuff.
That's I didn't want to even mention that because that's the scariest part. I have hopes that maybe somebody will just shut up and live their lives. And then maybe one day they'll be prosecuted for what they did. I don't know how, but the reality, you take all these people as they did during the Soviet times, take them, put them all into the wall or to a prison cell, but you have to take a lot of people. And that's going to be hundreds of thousands of people are going to just go to prison, and there's going to be the cry of the West saying, "Oh, what are you doing? There's no democracy in this country." But that's the reality how you have to keep Nazism and put these all people to a wall or send them to prison cells for life sentences. But that's, as I said, where is the blindfold of this whole situation? What is the wall? Where does this break? Where does it go? Where does it narrow? In between dictatorship and total destruction, Russia did from its whole part. It begged for the West to stop doing this. So we will see what is the total denazification. But for me, the denazification, these people leave my land, leave my Kiev, my Ukraine, my normal country, stop this war, have the U.S. stop financing, coordinating these radical groups, and have the U.S. clean up the garbage behind itself. I don't know where they're going to throw it. Throw it out somewhere else, but not in the U.S., not in Europe, but just leave my country. They made this, let them clean up the garbage themselves, because it has to end really fast. Because if it doesn't end, there's going to be a lot more bloodshed, a lot of people are more going to die, and nobody wants that. I know that Russia does not want that for sure, because if they wanted that, look at Gaza. It would be total, Ukraine and Kiev would be, you wipe out Kiev, it would be done within a day. Nobody did that. The Russians were outside of Kiev. They didn't do that. They didn't shoot Kiev down. They didn't destroy Kiev because nobody wanted the total destruction of Ukraine. Nobody wanted this war to start. And that's what people want, and Putin wants this war to end.
One last question before I let you go. You mentioned this earlier, and I'm sorry, I'm keeping you long because today's potentially a special day, and I'm very interested in your point of view as a diplomat that was there, and B, a Ukrainian, just in general, talking about his country. This scandal, you mentioned it. He won't run away from the light. We revealed the secret calculation. Zelensky that sounds bad. Zelensky's hose leads to the UAE. Okay, this may be translated, and so maybe the language is a little tortured. But the link newspaper exposed UAE component of the corruption scandal that rocked Ukraine. Zelensky sabotaged investigations and threatened Kiev, prompting a harsh reaction from the public and the EU. However, the refusal to reveal certain information is so crucial that Zelensky may abandon the EU and NATO, for which he led the country to war. That is funny to me that Turkey's newspapers effectively blaming him for the war. But beyond that point, this is going into this notion of the amount of theft that was taking place. Now, they make the argument that the reason that Zelensky went after Sapo and Abu had a lot to do with the fact that Sapo and Abu was investigating Zelensky himself. I mean, Zelensky's organization's inner circle. And when they realized that they were being investigated, he immediately turned around and said, they're Russian plants, they're Russian spies. And so now we have to have a police investigation against all of these people who are part of Nabu and Sapo. Now, the paper makes the point of saying that's not why he did it. It wasn't that they were infiltrated by the Russians. It was that they knew they had the goods on Zelensky. You have one guy who's a representative in the Rada who says there's $5 billion of cryptocurrency that they were effectively trying to use to buy a bank in France, and that the bank declined them for doing so. Basically, they're trying to get the money out of the country.
They're buying banks. Can you imagine that? Buying, not just laundering of money, buying banks in France. That's for everybody. That's where your taxpayer dollar is. What are you paying for your from your salary today for your to live a life in the United States? That's where taxpayer dollar is going. Just buying a bank. This is just to buy a bank. Regular.
I know that's thinking, right?
This is how bad. Let the people to understand that if you want to continue this war and finance Zelensky to buy a bank, another bank, and whatever, cocaine, please do so. Wave the flag and continue. Or no, just shut up and have your mindset. Or wave the flag to stop this war and make peace in Ukraine. That's where it has to be, to stop them getting this and let Zelensky face the consequences.
Well, apparently France didn't let them buy the bank, which again, I'm glad you highlighted that, because I don't want that to go by too fast for people to, reconcile. He tried to buy an entire bank. They tried to buy an entire bank. All right. The other one has to do with the money that was effectively going weekly to the UAE. I could have swore it was $5 million a week. I need to look it up. I'm going to look up the exact number on it. But either way, $5 million, $10 million a week that is effectively going into the UAE, basically money that his team is stuffing to the side, I suppose, for a rainy day, where he can effectively run with a briefcase full of money if things get rough. Dig into this for me. I mean, I know you were in a different government, but when you were there as one of the diplomats, corruption has been an issue with Ukraine for a while now. But was it this bad? Was it this extreme? Were they stealing money in this way?
First of all, I was there. I was advisor to the first deputy prime minister of Ukraine when they formed NABU. I was there when they were forming this NABU by the U.S. government, George Kent and Ambassador Pyatt, slamming down the throat this NABU organization, which was coordinated by the Department of Justice and the FBI. The corruption was bad in Ukraine before, but it wasn't this bad by people buying banks in the West. They could have bought banks in the Middle East somewhere, or whatever, or used a big bank, but never buying banks to money launder. So this is how bad it has become. And it became 10 times worse than under what Yanukovych. They had a coup against Yanukovych for. It became not even 100 times even worse than what happened under Yanukovych. It became 200 times more than was under the Orange Revolution, the first coup that happened. But right now, there's no coup because the West is taking this time and going to make a moment to make their coup, because regular people, revolutions don't happen by regular people. Yeah, the regular people are involved in it, but it's all been coordinated from outside. And I can add to you one before you ask a question that I know.
I was going to say $50 million. You were right. It was $50 million.
Yes.
A week.
And Yermak had a consultation in Washington with his lobbyists that he's paying millions of dollars to the week they tried to close NABU down because of the corruption scandal. And his lobbyists advised him, saying, yes, please do so. Because right now Trump is going against the deep state, the FBI, the Department of Justice that was against him, the deep staters within the FBI and the Department of Justice. So the NABU was formed by them. So it's going to be useful for you. You're going to win. And unfortunately, they didn't. And they lost in this fight. because NABU is there to control people like Zelensky. NABU is a foreign agent body within the Ukraine government. I knew the first head of NABU, Artem Sitnik. He personally told me that he is proud that he's working for the U.S. government and selling out classified information on the Ukraine government to the U.S. So this is what NABU is, for people to understand. That's also your taxpayer dollars, because it was all formed on U.S. money, and still is. And the salaries of agents of NABU are around 10, 15,000 US dollars a month. Some of them are five.
Wait, say it again. Did you say $10,000 to $15,000 a month?
Yes, some of them are 5,000, but that's the low rank, like low ranking. But $10,000 to $15,000 a month. The head of NABU gets $40,000 a month. How much money do you get paid in the minimum wage in the United States? $12.50. That's for your salary.
No, $7.50.
No?
$7.50 an hour.
Wasn't that $12.50? I got paid $12.50 when I was a student.
The state may have a different minimum wage, but the federal government's minimum wage is like $7.50 an hour. That's
the federal government. Yeah, but I'm going to talk about even 12 and a half. I was a student. I was working in the United States. I was getting paid 12 and a half, and then I was working there as a manager in a restaurant. But still, and there you have people in Ukraine from your taxpayers' dollars are being paid these salaries in the government of Ukraine and being supported by this. The ministers of Ukraine government, which are still also being paid by the money which is sent from abroad to Ukraine, is getting paid $50,000 a month. The minister of energy, the minister of culture, etc. The head of the gas companies in Ukraine are getting paid a salary of $1 million a month. So this is what Ukraine is. There's a war, which are also being begged to finance and chip in and donate $1 online, but at the same time you have the government officials of Ukraine living a life that the U.S. cannot even afford themselves. People in the United States, even a good businessman, cannot afford themselves. So this is what the reality is. So also think about before doing those donations and chipping in and thinking about supporting who and what. But I can tell you, you're Mac lost in this. NABU was not only investigating, they were helping to build a RICO case in Washington against the Zelensky government by the FBI. They were tapping into Zelensky's and Mindich apartment, one of the oligarchs close to Zelensky who fled Ukraine, who I mentioned before. They tapped into his apartment and listened to all the conversations he had personally with Zelensky and how to launder all the money out of Ukraine. Boom, the chain. That's how this is, and it's being right now fed through Turkish paper, but it's a Western paper, so it's going to be a lot more coming out. And that's why I believe that there may be a coup in Ukraine sooner than later, which is trying to undermine these peace negotiations today.
Oh, so you think that's how they're going to get rid of Zelensky? Effectively, criminal charges against him, saying he's corrupt. Look at all of these
RICO case in the United States, up to 20 years in prison.
Yeah, but Zelensky doesn't live in the United States. He lives in Ukraine.
United States, if United States builds a RICO case against him, he's wanted all over the world.
They're going to extradite him.
Wow. He cannot live anywhere in the Western world. He's not like he can go to Russia or to Venezuela or to China. No. He spit on China throughout this war. He made war with Russia and threatened Putin to kill him.
Can you imagine him going to Russia? Can you imagine him going to Russia?
I think he's going to go to prison in Russia also. He is a wanted man.
Yeah.
And will be a wanted man one day all over the globe. Nobody's going to keep him out there. No, he knows too much. That's the problem. He knows too much.
If Zelensky is deposed, which inevitably he will be, because #reasons, right? Will he be arrested in the same way he's been arresting his political opponents in Ukraine? I mean, Zelensky has put so many people in prison or chased them out of the country. At some point, will that shoe flip on him?
If there's going to be a real government coming to power, I think yes. If not, they're going to let him out of the country and then put him on a wanted list later on and use that against him.
Wow.
But if there's going to be a real government, a neutral government that is going to be agreed upon Moscow and Washington coming into Ukraine, building up elections, then this government should, and I hope so, he will be arrested and put on trial in front of millions of Ukrainians that he killed and put arrested and tortured And not only him, but his surrounding and people around him that have to also face those consequences because they broke the law. They are the ones who are the collaborators of the West. They hold foreign passports. And because of those foreign passports, they sold out our country. They're trying to, the head of the security service of Ukraine was bragging about 2 days ago on how they have political cases against people I've been talking about being collaborators with Russia and having life sentences. They're the ones who are collaborating together with the head of the security service with the United States and the British intelligence and the European intelligence against our own country. So they have to face trial and prison sentences by the law. I do hope so that will happen.
I have to get one last question in. Do you see the political pressures in Ukraine creating a fracture where, let's say, Banderites take Lvov, or where there is this kind of, I don't know, I guess fight or so between elements of people who don't want to deal with these Banderites versus the Banderites themselves? Like, do you see this kind of political fracturing taking place in Ukraine over the
Not
pressure?
not yet, but it might be the case after this whole regime after it topples, and there's no coordination from to put somebody in place real fast. We might see internal civil wars happening within a couple months after the fall of the regime, and it might happen before a government takes in power. So Ukraine went through this 100 years ago again, as I said. We after the toppling of the Russian Empire and in the beginning of the 20th century, Kiev had 20 revolutions during one day, sometimes. Can you imagine that? In a day, you had a regime change of 20 times. So today, this territory had faced these issues before. So hopefully, it will be we'll have less bloodshed, faster government that can take in power. The faster Russia and the United States makes a deal, the faster the United States leaves Ukraine, the faster real Ukraine, will make a deal with Russia and start living a normal life, the easier it will be for us to stop the Banderites and all these radicals from trying to do civil wars on our ground and killing more and more people. So this is what the reality is. And I hope Trump and his administration will make a right choice. And I'm praying for it because I supported Trump and I still do because he is the only one who actually spoke about peace. And I do hope that he will, speaking about it, he'll make with actions and bring peace to my homeland.
Andrii, thank you for this. Honestly, compelling conversation. It really is. Andrii Telizhenko, he is a Ukrainian whistleblower, former diplomat. You have my deepest appreciation, man. You be safe, okay?
Thank you, Jamal. All the best to you and all the best to your viewers and listeners. God bless.
Thank you. Bye-bye. All right. I see my other man in the background. Let's go to him. We are joined with Caleb Maupin. Caleb, how you doing this morning? You doing okay?
I'm good. Quite excited, a bit nervous about what's happening. We are on the brink of history, as they say.
Yeah. I'm excited because it's a political event. If that makes sense. It's like political events are like my Super Bowl. It's like something's happening that's political. Yes, we can, talk about it. We can be excited about it. I don't know how I feel about it. I know what I want, but my wants don't really factor into it. In fact, let me bring you in so we can have a conversation. We're joined with Caleb Maupin, speaker, writer, journalist, political analyst, author. Caleb, your show, please tell the audience where they can find you.
Oh, sure.
Center for Political Innovation. I know that part.
Yeah, my website, my organization is the Center for Political Innovation, cpiusa.org. I'm also on YouTube. I'm on Rumble. I'm on Facebook. I'm doing stuff all the time, streaming, writing. I've got all kinds of books I've written. I'm an advocate of peace, democracy, and equality, building a better world.
Agreed. They called me a dreamer the other day. They was like, he's a dreamer. It's like, dude, I stand by that. I defend that. Doesn't always turn out well, but I stand by it. Give me your take on the negotiations. Let's use that as a stepping point to step into the conversation.
Things look very good. That's not to say that they couldn't go south very quickly. You never know. And, international relations are certainly sensitive. But as of now, Trump's plane has already departed for Anchorage. The talks are set to begin at 11 a.m. And that'll be local time over there. And yeah, it's going to be something. Now, there's already a second meeting that's been agreed upon, and Zelensky will be at that second meeting. Donald Trump has said his intention is to wrap this up and to end the war. Now, Trump says they'll know within the first few minutes if this meeting is going to be a success or not. But apparently, Wyckoff and his visit to Moscow, I mean, this is all kind of prearranged. This is just to kind of, officially have them press the flesh and talk before the media. There's a whole entourage from Russia and from the United States that has gathered, shortage we've seen, but they don't have enough hotels because this is high tourist time in Alaska, and so they've got people staying in like stadium barracks kind of places and all of that, and there's a whole crowd of people here ready to watch it happen. And it's not just going to focus on Ukraine. Obviously, Ukraine is going to be a topic, but because Zelensky's not there, they can't finalize anything related to Ukraine. They're going to talk about economic relations between America and Russia. And I know that Bering Sea tunnel passage connecting Russia to the United States via Alaska over the Bering Strait, that is apparently on the agenda. And the official who was key in setting it up setting up the meeting is also on hand. He's also a big advocate of that Bering Sea project. So that's going to be discussed. The Arctic is an important point. Obviously, the Arctic is full of natural resources, natural gas and minerals, and that's a point of discussion. I also think the fact that Alaska was picked is not accidental, because how did Alaska become part of the United States? Well, the United States bought it from Russia. And I think that what is going to happen is that Russia is going to buy the Donbass from Ukraine. And that seems to, everything that I'm hearing indicates that's what the deal is going to be. That the USA has frozen over $350 billion of Russian money in bank accounts around the world. And that basically that money, Russia already considers it to be gone. And they've made more money since then because of the oil price rise and things like that. They're doing okay. And that basically Russia considers that money to be gone. And that money will be unfrozen and given to Ukraine from Russia as a purchase of the Donbass. And the Donbass will it's already joined, but it'll be recognized as part of the Russian Federation by the world. And Ukraine will receive the $350 billion, and that'll be used for rebuilding. And the emphasis in rebuilding will be on connecting Russia and Ukraine economically in order to de-escalate hostilities, right? If there are joint ventures, if there's, business operations taking place, then that will de-escalate things. Now, Russia has made clear that there are two demands for a ceasefire. They need Ukraine to agree immediately that they will not join NATO. And they also need the recognition of the territories. And that's been made clear, and that there's not going to be any ceasefire without that. After that, there are some other demands that are going to be made in order to solidify and sign a treaty and get things in the works. And I think those demands will be around economic development, will be around how many troops, what kind of military force will exist in Ukraine, et cetera. But it looks to me, look, I pity Donald Trump on some level because, I don't know what his intentions necessarily are, but he's going to have to try and sell this to the world as Russia didn't win. Russia won. That's what's going on here. Russia won this war by far. Their, stated intent was to liberate the Donbass territories and protect the peoples of the Donbass region who've been subjected to 8 years of bombing and shelling by the Ukrainian US-backed regime after the 2014 Euromaidan coup. They've done that. The Donbass is secured. And at this point, they also had said that their goal was to make sure Ukraine would not be a threat to them, that it wouldn't, join NATO, it wouldn't join the European Union, it wouldn't, establish a military buildup on their border. It's going to be a threat to them. That's going to happen. That's already agreed upon as well. So Russia won this war. And Donald Trump is going to be castigated for that. And he's going to have to try and explain that somehow Russia didn't win this war. And that's not my job. That's on Trump and his supporters if they want to do that. Russia won this war, and Russia should have won this war. Russia was right from the beginning. This war was imposed. Ukraine is not a sovereign country that Russia is attacking. Ukraine lost its sovereignty in 2014 when the United States violently overthrew the government. It's then turned into a base area through which the USA and the NATO countries have been antagonizing Russia and murdering the people in the Donbass. And Russia held off. They facilitated the Minsk Agreement and the Minsk Accords to try and prevent having to go in militarily. But the Minsk Agreement was ignored. So Russia moved in, and Russia has been victorious. And I have been to Russia. I have been to Crimea. I have met people from the Donetsk People's Republic. I've met people from Lugansk. I've talked directly with people who have lived this, and that Russia is absolutely right, and the peoples of the Donbass consider themselves to be Russian. They're very happy to be part of the Russian Federation, and Russia won the war. Russia won the war. It's a matter of how many Ukrainians are going to keep dying, and how many more Ukrainians are going to be sacrificed before the West admits that. And it looks like Trump is starting the process of de-escalating this and acknowledging what is the reality. Russia won.
Okay. A few points. You said a lot. I don't want to be able to nail this down. I agree with everything you said in the context of how this war started. Agreed. All of the propaganda, they've created oceans of lies in order to try to justify and hide their malevolence in starting this conflict. So on that, you have my full and complete agreement. Two, the other people who are part of the delegation, just so the audience will know, I think the Guardian has gotten this wrong, even though I'll show some of the Guardian's thing, because the Guardian's adding Pete Hegseth. Hegseth was not part of the delegation unless he's signed on to it late. But for the American delegation, you have President Donald Trump, Vice President J.D. Vance, Secretary of State Marco Rubio, Treasury Secretary Scott Vincent, and Special Envoy Steve Witkoff. For the Russian delegation, you have Vladimir Putin, you have Defense Minister Andrii Telizhenko, I believe I'm butchering that last name, but we're going to keep going. Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov, Finance Minister Anton Siluanov. You have aide to President Yushkov, and you have President Special Envoy Kirill Dmitriev. He is the finance guy. You also have, let's see if I can find it. Where is it? You have, okay, I can't find it. I'll just show this. This is the Guardian showing pictures of these people just so, again, the audience can see who these people are. I want to put names to faces. Sergei Lavrov, rock star. It's actually one of my favorites. He's a fantastic diplomat. Yushkov. You have Bella. Caleb, if you know how to pronounce that last name, please do.
Go ahead.
Okay. Belushev, Buchtat, Dmitriev, and Siluanov. And of course, you know the American delegation, Rubio, Vance, Witkoff, Vincent, and Hegseth is not there. I do not know why they added him to that. The other part to this that I am more curious about is, where did you hear that they're buying the Donbass? I've not heard that.
Well, again, this.
By the way, I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm just saying I haven't heard.
This is not confirmed, but among the experts that have been featured on RT and in broadcasts, there are a number of them that are saying that is the rumor that they have heard, is that's and that Alaska was chosen for that reason, that Alaska was selected because the USA bought it from Russia, and it's symbolic of the idea of doing things. I mean, Donald Trump's a real estate guy. Let's not forget that, right? And that this is a real estate deal to resolve the war. And that is the prediction that was made by a number of important voices who've been featured in Russian media over the last couple of weeks. And so that leads me to believe that something like that is the deal that's on the table. Obviously, we will see what happens when the meeting begins. But from my understanding, based on what I'm hearing from the different experts, it'll be a purchase. It'll be a financial deal that will resolve the war.
Forgive me for being a hard ass, why on earth should the Russians buy the Donbass? And let me explain why. As you point out, A, the U.S. overthrew the government of Ukraine. B, the U.S. provoked a war by effectively building up a massive military on the border, not to mention murdering ethnic Russian Ukrainians, pretending as if they weren't even Ukrainians, which was effectively a civil war. And on top of that, in the creation of that war, because the gentleman that you had on the whistleblower, he has pointed out that there were U.S. people pushing Ukraine to launch attacks on the Donbass, meaning we were all through this conflict. They were not a sovereign nation at that point. They were provoking a war that they knew was going to take place. Going back to Joe Biden's CIA guy, the memo, where he points out that in 2008, by offering NATO membership to Ukraine and Georgia, that they were pushing and provoking a civil war that Russia would have to get involved in, even though it didn't want to. You got all of Europe making a wall of lies in order to kind of hide the reality of that they moved NATO all the way to the border of a country, something that we, under no circumstances, would accept. If Russia knocked over Mexico and started putting in military, special forces, CIA, all of that stuff, the United States would have obliterated Mexico and would not be paying Mexico after the obliteration. They had murdered or killed 100,000 Russians in a war that Russia didn't want, that was entirely provoked. As you point out, the people in the Donbass considered themselves Russians. They were being bombed. They voted to leave. Why should Russia have to buy the Donbass from Ukraine?
I agree with you. I mean, and if the world was just, obviously, I mean, this war never would have happened. And obviously, the idea that Russia should have to buy this, I mean, they shouldn't have to, obviously. I mean, it's an unjust situation. I think that Russia would want to agree to this in order to avoid the further conflict and avoid the cost of having to march further into Ukraine and continue to just obliterate the Ukrainians on the battlefield as they are. And I think that would come at great cost to Russia and to Ukraine. And they are certainly willing and able to do it if they have to. But I think it would be in the interest of the world overall if they didn't have to. So, they've already lost this money, money that is theirs, that was stolen by the West, but they already consider it gone. So this money that's already lost, instead of just being returned to Russia, which would obviously be the fair thing, it'll be given to Ukraine as the purchase that ends the conflict. And that's a deal that is agreeable to all parties, from my understanding. But we shall see. There has not been an official announcement of what the deal will be. And also Zelensky will have to agree to it. Now, it's been revealed that Zelensky, they've already planned his departure from office, and that the NATO countries basically had a meeting, and they've already selected his replacement. I mean, he's done. The question is, does he leave the country in handcuffs? Does he leave the country, charged with corruption, or does he step down, and hand over power? But there's an ambassador that's already been selected as his replacement. And that's because Ukraine, again, is not a sovereign country. Ukraine is a colony. Zelensky was selected. The president before him, Poroshenko, was selected, and his successor is being selected. The whole Euromaidan coup was from, that was Victoria Nuland. That was from the West. Ukraine is not a sovereign country, and that the issue in this war is not the sovereignty of Ukraine. The issue in this war is the West trying to destroy Russia because it's a competitor on the oil markets and on the gas markets. And probably, I would say, the greatest victory that Russia had was not on the battlefield. It was internationally, because at the beginning of this war, Joe Biden wanted to force the entire international community to cut off Russia. And the international community said no. India said no. Saudi Arabia said no. Israel said no. The international community basically said to the United States, no, we're not going to give Russia the cold shoulder just because you provoked them to invade Ukraine. That's not going to happen. And when that didn't happen, at that point, Russia had already won. Now, their victory has come at great cost, but the fact that they couldn't be economically isolated the way that the West had hoped, at that point, Russia was going to win. It was just a matter of time. And I think, they knew Russia was going to win. They just wanted to cost Russia lots of lives and lots of money and hopefully demoralize the population. That's been a lot of talk of that, with the drone strikes and other things, the horrendous murderous attack on the Crocus City concert hall that was basically announced by the Biden administration ahead of time. Oh, there's going to be an attack at a concert. Basically, just so they knew where it came from, right? Just to make clear that, there was no ambiguity. This was an attack delivered by Washington and Ukraine. They announced it ahead of time, and then they shot up the concert and killed all those teenagers that were there to watch a rock and roll band. I mean, they knew Russia was going to win this war, but they wanted it to come at great cost, and it's because Russia is an economic competitor. And they hoped that they could force the world to boycott Russia, and they weren't able to do that. It's very similar to what Brzezinski did with the Afghan trap. And, 1978, you had the Sour Revolution in Afghanistan that was forced, right? You had a neutral government in Afghanistan, and then, the USA put pressure on the government of Afghanistan, and so they started suppressing the pro-Soviet generals. The pro-Soviet generals took power, and then the USA, fomented an insurgency in Afghanistan in the 1980s, and the Soviet Union was forced to send its military in. And Brzezinski called it the Afghan trap. They had planned the whole thing, and then they used that to boycott the 1980 Olympics, to whip up hysteria against the Soviet Union around the world, and to demonize the Soviet Union. Their plan was to, quote, give the Soviet Union their Vietnam. And that's the playbook. And that's, what they were trying to do here. And the war in Afghanistan that went on for a decade weakened the Soviet Union. It was part of an overall process to hurt the morale of the Soviet people, et cetera. And that's what they hoped to do here. And it's no coincidence that Barack Hussein Obama studied at Columbia University under Zbigniew Brzezinski and had Zbigniew Brzezinski advising his presidential campaign in 2008. This is geostrategic methods, right? And that it's interesting because there's a lot of people who say this is a neocon thing. This is not the neocons. This is the Brzezinski kind of, geostrategic school of like long-term manipulations. Neocons are about regime change interventions. The neocons, that's a particular school of thought that moralizes things. Whereas Brzezinski and the other forces Brzezinski objected to the axis of evil speech because he said sometimes you might want to align with one of those governments to manipulate them against somebody else. And that if you make it a moral question of these are just evil regimes, you can't play the manipulative games that they like to play, right? We need to be clear about who the neocons are, and we also need to be clear about who Brzezinski is, and that there are different factions among the deep state and the intelligence apparatus. And the neocons are one particular faction that absolutely hates Russia, no doubt about it. But it was Brzezinski and it was the geostrategic school that kind of engineered the crisis in Ukraine as kind of a long-term game that they were playing.
This is more of a reason why you shouldn't give them squat. This is more of a reason. For God's sake, right? I do get it. I do get it. It's a compromise. This is kind of like a lawyer would say, hey, this is a deal in order to put this to bed. It shows that they lost, meaning the US and the Western powers lost. That plan to try to weaken Russia backfired. It did the opposite. Russia had 150,000 men in their military when they went into Ukraine. They have like 1 million-man military right now with 2 forces in reserve at full kit, and they're outproducing the West threefold. That is a failure on an epic level. And that is a failure on an epic level that is damaging to not just the credibility of the US or for that matter, the European powers, but just from a military standpoint. That is a massive failure. Yes, they've been able to overextend Russia, but they failed in that capacity. It didn't do what they did in Afghanistan. It wasn't a Vietnam in the way that they were thinking that it was going to be. And it didn't damage the credibility of Russia around the rest of the world. It isolated Europe and the United States in their own foxhole. So to get it, right? It's the principle. It's the principle. And the principle on this one is you guys got 100,000 Russians killed, maybe 150,000 killed for a war that we never want, for a war that you provoked. You've steeped Russophobia all throughout your societies with this idea that you're trying to provoke a war later on. No, you should build Ukraine back up. Use the money that you have at your disposal. You build it. I mean, there's a principle behind it. The idea that Russia has to pay as if they've done something wrong in this process is outrageous to me. I get your point that it's a settlement. And in the context of a settlement, there's some things that you give, there's some things that you get. And Putin may be willing to say, I'm going to put this to bed because my job, as I've pointed to the audience, is chasing safety. I did this for the safety and security of Russia and for the long-term security of Russia. I do get it.
Yeah,
But
well,
God, man, principle matters.
yeah, I do want to show you. So, my organization, Center for Political Innovation, we're going to be in the streets today supporting the deal. And we have these posters. Thank you, Tulsi. Center for Political Innovation. We'll be in 9 different cities today in the streets with these posters. Thank you, Tulsi. We also have a poster of Trump and Putin shaking hands that says, "We support peace talks and the Ukraine war." And we're going to have a visible display of support because, the Ukrainians are out in full force. They flew a bunch of them to Alaska just to be there to, make noise. And I look at that crowd. I'm like, why are all those people there? They should be in Ukraine fighting, right? I mean, they're dragging all the grandpas off the street. What are you doing in Alaska, right? If you really want this war to keep going, why get over to Ukraine and fight? They're running out of people over there. Like, I mean, it's pretty crazy, but we're going to be in the streets and, the thank you, Tulsi. Look, this wouldn't have happened. The only way Trump had the political safety to even talk about this, whether it happens or not, the only way he had any political safety was because Tulsi Gabbard revealed that Russiagate was a complete hoax, and she leaked document after document, and more stuff is trickling out. Did you see the latest, where they called it a team sport, framing Russia, I mean, that is completely absurd. I mean,
wait, real quick. You have to tell me, how do you know that Zelensky is going to be replaced? I'm sorry, I got onto a bit of a rant.
I just reported the Russian foreign security services revealed that a meeting took place where European leaders gathered, I believe, in Switzerland and selected his replacement. That's being reported.
You mean Zelensky? That reporting from I believe it was the FSB?
That a meeting took place and that they've already picked his replacement, and the individual, I don't remember his name, but he's an ambassador at this point, and he's going to be the replacement of Zelensky. And that's been reported this morning that there was already a meeting. The European leaders gathered and they said, all right, this guy's replacing Zelensky. I believe the meeting was in Switzerland, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay.
But yeah, I see that's floating around. And I mean, the Russian security services, they tend to be right about these kind of things. They tend to be. The Russian security services, I mean, I will say they know what they're doing. You remember the infamous F the EU call remember that was during the Euromaidan thing. There was, they got Victoria Nuland was on the phone saying F the EU. They had the phone call. They leaked it for everybody to hear. They know what they're doing. When they come out with something like that, that's officially from them. I mean, they officially came forward and said this, I think that's very, very reliable. You can count on that. If it was just some rumor that was floating around, different blogs or something, that'd be one thing, but this seems pretty reliable. And there's been calls for Zelensky to be ousted when he shut down the anti-corruption organization that the West set up. There were all these protests, which you're not allowed. How can you protest in the middle of a country that's at war? I mean, clearly, you can't go out and protest in the middle of a country that's at war unless there's a lot of people in the government that are okay with you doing it. Zelensky. And the thing is, I wonder how much he's going to be the fall guy for the whole thing. Because he made himself look. I mean, he was flying to speak to joint sessions of Congress and putting on the tank and the costume, and he became the face of this. And so now that everything's fallen apart, he's going to have to be the fall guy to some degree or other. And how much do they let him get away with just kind of stepping out, or how much is it going to be, Zelensky's the guy that this all falls on his shoulders? We'll see.
That's interesting. I mean, because I don't know how Europe and the U.S. separates themselves from Zelensky on this. I don't know how they do that. I mean, for the last 3 years, Zelensky has been Winston Churchill. He's been, the guy fighting the quote unquote monster. Putin is Satan and Putin is the devil. And Zelensky was the guy who was apparently fighting and holding back the night. How on earth could they now turn around and say it was all him?
Yeah.
It was all him.
Well, I mean,
It's
it's like they themselves, I mean, the New York Times and other people reported extensively about all the corruption in Ukraine, and then they just forgot about it. And then it was send all your money to Ukraine, send every last nickel you got to Ukraine. They need you, right? And it's like, you just told us this is like one of the most corrupt countries in the world. And, we were all, anyone, I mean, I certainly didn't donate to Ukraine, but those who did, they were all lining the pockets of oligarchs. That money was being pilfered away, and that bought luxury apartments for Ukrainian oligarchs in New York City, and that bought yachts for Ukrainian oligarchs in the Mediterranean. I mean, it's this war is probably going to be remembered as one of the greatest money laundering operations in world history. The amount of money laundering, and there was that cryptocurrency scam that was revealed, and I mean,
$50 billion. They were trying to buy a bank.
Yeah.
In France.
The sad thing about this is one thing about the liberal wars that is really bad, is that human beings are empathetic. We care about other people. If we hear about somebody and they're suffering, we want to help them. And that, the liberal warmongers are really good at manipulating those basic human feelings, of empathy and solidarity and wanting to help other people. And they manipulate that, like donate to Ukraine, or save Darfur, or the Uyghurs in China. And, they know what they're doing. And people realize they've been scammed. They realize they've been had, and then they become more cynical and hard-hearted. And that's a really, really negative aspect of that. The right wing war hawks, it was just, all these countries, they're all terrorists, kill the Arabs, whatever. I mean, that's obviously racist, and that's obviously bad, but you're not manipulating people's good side, right? And you're not taking the good side of people and manipulating it for evil. And people are then going to realize, look, we got scammed, and that side of people, the good, compassionate, empathetic side of people, is going to be lessened because of that, right? And that's what happens every time they do this. And I remember when I was in college, the Save Darfur thing, and you remember Coney 2012, you remember that whole thing, and that, and it was just, there's just so much of like, how can we manipulate people's good feelings? And it's a very cynical thing, and it leads to us becoming a more ruthless and selfish society overall, because people see they're being scammed. And so their result is people are going to be less willing to help other people in genuine situations.
I know, Caleb, but all wars require that, like babies in incubators in the Iraq war. I mean, what was that? Oh my God, they're killing babies in incubators. We have to do it. Saddam Hussein is a maniac. He's a monster, et cetera, et cetera. I mean, they use the same tactics. I know what you mean, right? But they use very similar tactics, even right wingers. Maybe they do it less so, I suppose. That's fair.
Yeah, well, Samantha Power is really the queen of this. I mean, her whole career, she started out as a journalist who, built the case for U.S. military intervention in the former Yugoslavia, and then she ended up being the UN ambassador. And her whole career was just, how do we make propaganda to manipulate people to support military interventions? And yeah, I mean, I've written about her. I've got a book of different articles I wrote about Samantha Power. It's called The Regime Change Industry. It's a compilation I put out recently. I mean, it's really unfortunate. And, I remember when I used to report from the United Nations, I remember one time there was a press conference that Samantha Power did. It was about Syria. And standing next to her, she had an Islamic woman in a headscarf and full hijab or whatever. And then she had some like kind of queer looking punk rock young man, with like piercings and all of that. And they just stood next to her. It was like the Muslim and the punk rock LGBT person on either side. They didn't say anything, but it was obviously a statement, right? She knew what she was doing, right?
So wrong.
I mean, it was like, here are my two poster children that I'm pandering to. On the one hand, Islamists, on the other hand, punk rock, LGBT, teenagers or whatever.
So
and I remember seeing that, and it was, they didn't say anything. They were just standing there on either side of her, like her flank, on either side, and it was obvious what they were doing. And, one of the big disagreements I've noticed is that the Muslim Brotherhood was very key in the Arab Spring, right? And that's the wing of Islam, the kind of westernized Islam that, is funded by Turkey and Qatar. And they were very, very key in helping the United States destabilize the Middle East during the Arab Spring, bring down the Syrian Arab Republic, bring down, the government of Libya. And that it seems like Trump and his allies in the deep state, people like Tulsi Gabbard and others, they don't like the Muslim Brotherhood, and they want it declared a terrorist organization, etc. And it's because the Muslim Brotherhood, to their credit, I mean, despite all the evil things they've done and all that, they are anti-Israel because they're Muslims, and they just don't agree with Israel. And it seems that is one of the primary disagreements within the American ruling class is, should we use the Muslim Brotherhood as a proxy, as an ally, or because they oppose Israel, should we just throw them under the bus and call them terrorists? And I think the Trump camp want to throw them under the bus and call them terrorists. And that is an interesting turn. And we'll see. They have not yet been declared a designated terrorist organization, but I see a lot of the people in the Trump camp trying to get them designated as such. I will say, though, I mean, a couple weeks ago, I think it was 2 weeks ago, we had a shooting here in New York City, and a Muslim police officer from Bangladesh gave his life to stop the mass shooting. This guy went into the building in New York City. And he was a former football player. He was targeting the NFL, and he had his AR-15, and he shot up the place. And it was a Bangladeshi Muslim police officer who ended up giving his life while the shooting was happening. It was all over social media. Laura Loomer and all these social media people were saying it was the pro-Palestine people that did it. It was a Palestinian terrorist attack. It was not. It had absolutely nothing to do with that. Nothing to do with that. And it ended up being a Muslim who gave his life to stop it. Pro-Palestine Muslim police officer in New York City. And yet there was no apology afterwards. All these people were blaming it on Muslims, blaming it on pro-Palestine people. No apology whatsoever. And my understanding is there were a couple people near the shooting. They were just in the area. New York City is very densely populated. And this was on 51st Street. And there were a couple people near the area who were wearing pro-Palestine shirts that were arrested by the NYPD. Well, there's a shooting happening and you're wearing a pro-Palestine shirt. You might have something to do with it. And were dragged to jail. And then their faces were all over social media, and that was the case they were trying to make, that it had something to do with Palestine. These people were arrested near the scene. And that is particularly outrageous. And it's particularly disturbing to see the way that these things are playing out. But then you look at Mamdani and his campaign, and how Mamdani is likely to be the next mayor of New York City. And he's a Muslim born in Uganda, and, calls himself a socialist. And we're in some very, very interesting times, to say the least. I know a lot of people in New York City that agree with Mamdani about Palestine, and they agree with his criticism of Israel and such, but they also know that his policies will just demolish small businesses in New York City. I mean, I know a restaurant owner who said that if he implements his $20 an hour minimum wage, they're going to shut down. I mean, the restaurant's gone. I know somebody who owns a building and says that if he implements his rent freeze, the big real estate giants will stay in power, but I will lose my building. And that, the policies that Mamdani is implementing, they're not really policies that are going to benefit the little guy. They're policies that will benefit the big real estate monopolies by clearing out the small business owner. And the main problem with real estate in New York City is speculation, is that no one has to live in these buildings to make money off of them. You just wait for the market to flip, right? You just wait for the market to go up. Real estate is just a new gambling casino, like the stock market. And there's, thousands and thousands and thousands of empty housing units in New York City. And these landlords, the big real estate monopolies, are making money off of housing without anyone actually living in the housing. They just, buy the properties and flip them for profit. And you have small, people that own maybe one building that is their little piece of property. And, they are struggling to stay afloat, as the real estate property values keep going up, et cetera. And then, if you freeze the rent, those folks are going to lose their building. And then their building's then going to be bought by a real estate giant that will then, have it be empty and make money off of it without anybody living there. And it's going to make the problem of housing and rising rent in New York City worse. I mean, it's Mamdani's policies on a local level. I mean, some of them, the free buses, that's a good thing, right? What's wrong with free buses? That's good.
Caleb,
but,
I hate to interrupt you. I'm going to have. I would love for you to come back next week so we can have
Sure.
this conversation, because I think that's a fascinating conversation. I'm not trying to interrupt. There's a guest coming right behind you.
All right, cool.
Please tell the audience where you're going to be selling the agreement if this agreement takes place. And look, it's not. And by the way, just so it sounds like I'm being very brutal. Maybe I'm in my feelings about it because it's a principle thing. But look, if Putin turns around and says, "Yes, I'm accepting this," I can accept that. It ends the war. So I don't want you to think that I'm against you on this, right? Please tell the audience where you're going to be, and please tell the audience where you're going to be with your.
Well, I'm on YouTube all the time. Caleb Maupin, that's my YouTube channel. My organization is called the Center for Political Innovation, CPIUSA.org. I've written a number of books. I stream on YouTube as much as I possibly can. So, I'm on Rumble as well. So,
showing with not protests, with your advocation of the.
Well, we're going to be in the streets of New York City and in nine different cities, 8 other cities today. So it's going to be a good demonstration. And, we're not announcing the locations ahead of time. We don't want the Ukrainians to show up and act a fool, which happens. We had a workshop in Minneapolis. There were a bunch of Ukrainians outside screaming about me and stuff. So,
really?
Oh, yeah. I'll send you the video. It's pretty wild. So, but we'll be out in the streets. Well, thanks for having me on. I know you and I are both going to be watching the meeting in Alaska very closely. So,
yes,
great work that you do here on this channel, Jamarl. You're a real one, as they say. So, dare to struggle, dare to win.
Thank you, man. I really want you to come back next week because that is a fascinating conversation about the Mamdani thing.
Will do. All right. See you next week. Thanks.
Thank you, man. You be safe, okay? Have a good one. All right. Caleb is fantastic. Let me go to another guest that's fantastic. I am even curious about what you have to say about Mamdani after you heard Caleb make that point. I'm Ted Rall, political cartoonist, syndicated columnist, host of TMI with the beautiful, the lovely, she smells like butterscotch and milk, the middle chain. She's fantastic. The audience was like, "Where's Ted Rall?" Last week. They was like, "Where's Ted?" I was like, "Ted
that's great."
Yeah, they were calling for you, Ted. They were calling for you.
Montana.
How you doing, man? You doing okay?
I'm good. I wanted to, I love Caleb. He's awesome, and I really value what he contributes. But I got to take issue with some of the things he said just before us, if you don't mind.
Go for it.
So just factually, okay. So first of all, assuming Mamdani is able to freeze the rent in New York, which is a huge assumption. But let's assume that city council lets him do it, and it happens. He can only freeze the units that are rent stabilized. Now, most rented apartments in New York City are not rent stabilized. So the mayor has absolutely no jurisdiction over the market rents. Caleb mentioned the small landlords, the person who owns like one building, and that's their little piece of the pie. Those landlords aren't subject. Those units are not subject to rent stabilization at all. So the mayor can freeze the rents all he wants. And I think there are problems with freezing the rents. Like basically you might end up with. And
Ted, I'm sorry to interrupt. Could you come a little closer to your mic? The audience is saying they're having a hard time hearing you.
Okay. Let me do this.
Okay,
so the point is,
okay,
so
better.
The thing is, if you are a small landlord, like you own a little building with, you rent out 10 units or whatnot, you are not going to
be subject to it.
You're not subject to rent stabilization at all. So, is this any better?
Yes, I think so. And let me make sure. See if there's any power that I have at my disposal.
There we go.
Okay.
All right. So I think that's better. I see. It's always about the. Okay, that's got to be better.
It is.
Okay, so so rent stabilization only affects a small percentage of apartments. I'm not sure what percentage it is, but anyway, it's not even half of the apartments in New York, and a small landlord is not going to be affected by that. So, if anything, more likely, if the rent were frozen. It might cause a bifurcated market even more than we have now, where rent stabilized units basically drive down the rent. If the rent's low on the rent stabilized units, then landlords have increased demand for the market rate units because there's less churn in the rent stabilized ones. So ironically, the landlord in Caleb's theory probably is going to make more money under Mamdani, and it may or may not be better for the average tenant. It's certainly going to be harder for the average tenant who first arrives in New York City, and sort of is looking for an apartment. They're likely going to end up in a market rate that's even higher than it is now. The median rent in New York City is now $5,400 a month.
Jesus, Ted, are you serious?
That's for a 1-bedroom. So
how do people afford that? Like, that's the part that blows my mind. Look, in DC, the rents, a 1-bedroom in DC, if you're talking about like DC proper, you may be able to get an apartment for about $2,400, maybe. And even then, I used to be like, how do people afford that? If I'm working as a barista, if I'm working as a sandwich maker.
Well, you have roommates. You double, triple, quadruple up. It's like, I've lived in several 1-bedrooms with another dude. One of us took the living room, one took the bedroom. Sorry, you got to walk through the bedroom to go to the bathroom or whatever. Sorry, dude. No privacy. But yeah, I mean, that's what people do. People work connections. And it's weird because sometimes rent stabilized units do come up on the open market. It's rarer and rarer. But look, the point is taken that this could have an effect, really, truly, go back to the Bronx's burning kind of days in the 1970s. The problem is that with rent controlled and rent stabilized, although rent control is almost gone because that ended in 1973. So it's only very old people who still have those. But people who have those units are just, they're fewer and fewer as rents go up. They go over a certain threshold and then they become no longer regulated. So the stock of these units, but like if you're in a slum, like in the Bronx or whatever, you might be a landlord who's really having a hard time making the bill. And the problem is you can't go to a bank because a bank will no longer finance you for a loan if you don't have a viable building. So if the rents were frozen, you could see some landlords abandon their buildings or torch the buildings.
Oh, you mean like mob style torch?
Yeah, like arson it. That happened to me. I was burned out of an apartment building at 354 West 110th Street back in 1986. The landlord burned down the entire block in the middle of the day. He just didn't want to deal. Yeah.
That's not funny. I'm sorry. That's not funny.
No, I mean, people could have died. I mean, hundreds of people were made home, including me, were made homeless from this incident, right? I mean, I still have the clip from the New York Daily News. The Red Cross came. Okay, it was like that.
They burned in the middle of the
whole
day.
block. Yeah, in the middle of the day, 2 p.m. I'll never forget exactly what happened. I was walking over. I was hanging out at home. It was a Saturday or a Sunday. I'm walking over to the turntable. I had 2 roommates. We're hanging out, just whatever. I put on a vinyl record, a vinyl as the kids say now.
I thought you said turntable.
It was a turntable. I walk over to the turntable because it was 1986. I put on. I was carrying a copy of Elvis Costello's "Get Happy." I carried it, and as I was carrying it over to the turntable, holding on both sides, it bowed like a bowl, and I was like, "What?" It was summer, and I was like, "It's hot, but it's not that hot." I look out the window, and there's giant flames like licking the windows outside of the apartment, and the glass was melting, and I was like, "Oh my God!" And I was like, so I called 911. We lived on the top floor, so we knocked on every door on the way down, like, get out, ran out the door, and then we just watched our building burn. And the whole block burned down. We talked to the firefighters and they said, oh yeah, we could smell the accelerant when we went in. It's like, they were kind of like, happens all the time.
How did he not? You could have killed somebody. That was the first thing I thought when you say he's going to torch the building. I was like, how do you know the people are not?
No, now he's the owner of a bunch of brand new like condos in that area. So he got rid of all the rent controlled and rent stabilized tenants, and then gentrified the block. That's how he gentrified the block. It's basically he rolled Gaza style.
Did he go to jail?
No, he's rich. He's richer than ever now. Of course not. No, it's the real estate business. There's complete impunity if you're a real estate person in New York City. They own the city, literally. I've never heard of a landlord, being held to account for anything. You can do anything you want. If Jeffrey Epstein was a landlord, he'd still be alive.
Okay, let's ask this question in a different way. How, because, well, two things. One, Elvis Costello was better when he got older. Painted from Memory is a fantastic album. At least I think so.
Which one? Which album?
Two, Batman, let's say Bruce Wayne lived in New York. Batman can go through and beat up bad guys. Or Bruce Wayne can use his money to improve the lives of people. Bruce Wayne using his money and improving the lives of people is better. I'm saying that to say Mamdani may have a certain amount of political clout and power if he becomes mayor. But is that the best that he can do? Like, is there any other way to lower rents short of screw over one and screw over the other? And I don't mean screw over one in the sense of either I screw over the tenant by not doing anything, or I screw over the, I guess, petty landlord.
Yeah, no, the answer here is not a simple rent freeze that's only going to apply to part of the market, right? The answer is to completely take a holistic look at the regulatory structure of rents in New York City. And where I would start is going after targeting the warehousing of units. You can, as Caleb correctly said, you can keep apartments empty. You don't have forever, and you'll still make money. And to make it worse, there's a tax incentive. They can deduct the loss of not renting the apartment from their taxes, right? So basically, they don't lose anything from not renting the units. What I would do is I would change that. I would change that perverse incentive to make it, if you don't rent your apartment or your storefront, this is key too, commercial real estate. If you don't rent it over a certain period of time, and we can argue about what that period of time should be, I would say if you don't rent a storefront within, say, 6 months or a year, but let's say an apartment, certainly, let's say you never rent it for 5 years. Well, the city should just take it from you. It should just be seized under eminent domain. I mean, just think about, like, if you live in a small town and you have a house and you let it fall apart and it gets abandoned and, you keep paying the property taxes, doesn't matter. The city's going to take it because it's an eyesore and it drives down property values in the neighborhood, right? Well, I mean, New York City should have the same exact structure. If you have let a mom and pop store go out of business, and then it's shuttered, and then it's covered with graffiti, and the windows get broken, and it becomes an eyesore, and druggies and homeless people start hanging out in front of it, that's an eyesore. It drags down the entire neighborhood. So similar, if the landlord can't or won't rent it out, they should take it from them. It's like if you have a car that's on blocks in front of your house. In the suburbs, what do? They come and they tow it away. Well, basically, it's the same exact thing. So if they did that, they'd be opening up. They'd be emptying. You would no longer have this false scarcity. Basically, it's like the De Beers cartel, right? Diamonds aren't rare at all, but the De Beers cartel sort of creates a fake market of scarcity by that's what cartels do. Oil isn't rare. That's what OPEC does. They create scarcity. So similarly, the real estate business creates scarcity in New York by saying, we only have a 1% vacancy. Well, that's not the percentage of units that are empty. I mean, there are neighborhoods where like the Upper East Side of Manhattan, where 85% of the units are empty. I mean, everybody's like, hilariously, people are sleeping outside of buildings that are 80% empty. I mean, that's screwed up.
Yeah, that's screwed up. And then create some scarcity in order to inflate the price of the various rents across New York.
That's the purpose.
So regulatory wise, it seems like, okay. So
take away the tax breaks and make it hard to warehouse property. Charge at bare minimum, tax the hell out of them.
And at that point, it should force the price down because at that point, it's less.
Well, people they'll start renting, right? It's sort of like when someone, you must have had a friend who's like, "Oh, I can't sell my house." Well, what do you mean you can't sell your house? Well, what you really mean is that you can't get the price that you're asking for it. Right. You could sell your house if you put it up for $5. Someone will buy it, right?
Yeah.
So it's like that. It's about forcing people to take the market rate for rent.
Yeah.
The real market rate is what a free and open market would exist. Now, personally, I don't believe in any of this. I think, we should have a communist system where, the state provides housing for everybody. But since we live in this capitalist system, if you're going to have a free market system, then let's have a free market system.
Wait, see, this gets into the Jack Fresco stuff. I don't know if you've heard of the Venus Project.
No.
Okay. Jack Fresco has this, I guess, Star Trek-esque view of machines, technology, that stuff should do the labor, abundance. Like, meaning the issue is not scarcity, it's creating abundance. You don't have a system that has scarcity. You have a system that overproduces.
Right.
With the idea that this is not based on how much money you can make, it's based on stability.
That was the Soviet system at its best.
Kind of. But the difficulty of the Soviet system is technology had not gotten to a point where it could provide that stuff. Like the moment that you say, look, we can produce greenhouses in cities that has kind of like China, where China has these buildings that have plants going all the way up for like 30 floors. And there's robots that does effectively all of the labor for the entire building. So you just have automatic systems that check all of that stuff and keeps it and maintains it. So food at that point becomes dirt cheap because the only thing you have to do is maintain the systems and the computers, and you can have the state do that. Like the Soviets couldn't do that, if that makes sense. Like the more technologically advanced you get, the better off you can pull this stuff off. The issue for Jack Fresco that he gets asked, who determines where do you live and who determines policy? Because he would make the argument, well, you want to have a robot government. That way, you don't have to worry about human biases and stuff like that. It's like, okay, well, who programs that? Who does the labor? Like, who chooses?
Right.
Who chooses where somebody lives? If I want to live on a beachfront property, how do I do that?
Right.
No, I'm asking. You said you want a Soviet system.
Well, no, I mean, the point is that is, of course, the problem, right? Whenever human beings are in charge of anything, corruption and, self-dealing occurs, right? So in the Soviet Union, in the Soviet system, it was the government that decided who got to have a nice dacha and who had to live in like basically the equivalent of council housing. And it was based on connections. Sometimes it was like, this guy was like the most efficient factory worker at mill number 27. And so we're going to upgrade his family, for a better apartment or whatever, move him on up to a deluxe apartment. Right. They did that. Sometimes it was like a scientist who had like brought glory upon the Soviet Union. So it's like, oh, we'll get you a summer place, on the Black Sea or whatever. Look, it's arbitrary, and and I see the advantage of the robot. Of course, the problem with the robot is that the robot's programmed by people. So, there's no such thing as taking the humans out of the equation. But that said, if you could have sort of just like a completely an objective, neutral arbitrator, that would be ideal. But human beings are not that. So you're going to have problems. You're going to have people who like hook up their buddies with like the best places to live. Of course they will. Look, when I was in college, there was once, I went to Columbia. It was an all-male school at the time, and they had an experimental housing exchange with the girls' dorm. Only 8 spots available for the guys who wanted to live with 540 women. Right. So at the time, my girlfriend was on the housing lottery board, and I was like, make sure my number comes up in between number 1 and number 8. And she did. She fixed it like a Florida election, and that's how I got in. So that's the problem, right?
Oh, that is funny. We had co-ed schools. Co-ed dorms in Longwood. Yeah, co-ed was great. It was great. My first night, I meet what ended up being my girlfriend. And then we hated each other because it's a college. relationship.
happen.
Like, and then you're stuck across the hall from the person.
Oh, that's how I met my wife. Like,
Is it?
My
Is
ex-wife?
it?
Yeah, we lived across the hall from each other. She filed a noise complaint against me for playing loud punk rock music, and we met at the RA's office and to hash it out. And basically, the RA was like, "You two should get a room. You're hot for each other." And so we did. Kind of. It took a couple of years, but yeah.
Oh, that's so cool. Yeah, mine was less. Yeah, mine was more.
But it was antagonistic from day one.
Oh, was it? That's too funny.
Yeah.
Ted, thank you for this. And I'm glad you broke that down for the New York thing. I just don't, the who chooses thing that is a hard question.
What do you think about that? And by the way, I also want to say that that Cuomo is beyond sleazy over his comments about Mamdani and in the rent stabilization that he's like did anything wrong. There's no requirements at all. Anyone can get a rent stabilized apartment. Bill Gates can get a rent stabilized apartment. What you're talking about.
Yeah, so explain it for the audience.
So former Governor Cuomo, who's challenging Mamdani in the general election as an independent, argued that Mamdani had behaved unethically by basically squatting a $2,700 a month apartment in Queens that should have gone to some working class person. This, by the way, is rich from a guy who's worth $10 million and pays $8,000 a month on Sutton Place, which is the toniest neighborhood in all of the East Coast of the United States. But anyway, he's like implying that Mamdani broke some kind of rule. Mamdani's error was to say, "Oh, I'm planning to move soon." I do think someone told Mamdani my line because I went on X and I said, "Well, Mamdani will actually be moving into public housing. He'll be moving into Gracie Mansion." So
I saw that. Oh, that is too funny. Yeah,
but it's there's no rule. He should have just said like anyone can get a rent stabilized apartment. Fuck off.
Yeah, because he's trying to act like he's doing something wrong by being in this rent stabilized apartment. It's like, get out of here, dude. Are you serious right now?
And New Yorkers know, and it's funny because it's only playing out of town because people don't know. It sounds like it would be one of those things like, I mean, Cuomo's kind of like he's kind of running for votes outside of New York City, but it's only New Yorkers who vote here. Okay, so. Yeah, and Mamdani's going to win. But what is the billionaire class is just embarrassing themselves.
But what is the issue with him being in a rent stabilized apartment?
There is no issue at all. I mean, there is. It's completely not. It's totally legal. It's totally ethical. Any New Yorker who can get one is going to get one. It's random. You literally can just go to Realtor.com and find rent stabilized apartments. I mean, that's not like a big deal.
So what is he trying to do? Play up jealousy? Like,
he's Mamdani Mamdani is privileged. I think it's like the uppity N-word kind of argument. It's like, look at this guy. He's got property in Uganda, $200,000. Like, I hate to say it. That's like $200,000 is like a tool shed in LA. Okay. I mean, it's like, it's in Uganda. Okay. It's like, I have a little chunk of France too. That's like worth 200,000 euros that I inherited from my family. Big whoop. That ain't nothing. Okay, I can't afford to do anything with it. It's just land. That's what he's got. He's just got like a little, tiny little piece over there in tech. It's not even really his homeland, but it's where he was born. That's it. It's like they're trying to make it out. It's the same argument that they always used. Nixon used it against the limousine liberals in the 1970s, right. And they used it against Bernie, right? Like, Bernie's a millionaire. He has 2 houses. Oh, the guy's 83 years old. He's got $1 million. He's 83. I mean, he's not MTG, who went from 700,000 to $22 million in like 6 years. Okay. I mean, he's just got a house that like appreciated. Bernie has a house. He has a house. Okay.
Well, I thought he just sold a book.
Yeah, he had the book too. Right. So he had a book and he had a house. Big whoop. He's a U.S. senator. I mean, he honestly should have more money than that, considering how much he made all those years. Mm-hmm. So, I mean, I saw his car. He drove like, when I interviewed him, I saw him drive away, and he had like a little, what are those things called? Little Cooper Mini.
Beat about.
Little Cooper Mini. I was like, he looked like he was driving in a clown car because he's a big guy. It's like, big guys should not drive in a Cooper Mini. Just saying.
Oh, that's too funny. Ted, man, I have missed you.
I've missed you. It's good to be
I will
back.
hope to see you next week.
Indeed, I'll be around.
And I'm glad you're safe. And I'm glad you're
Me
back.
too. Thank you.
All
right, have a good show, Jamal.
Thanks, man. Political cartoonist, syndicated columnist, host of TMI with Manila Chan. That comes on 10 a.m. immediately after this show. You have a good one, my man. Thanks, Ted.
You too. Bye.
We have another good guest. We've had a damn good show today. I am joined by Gerald, and I'm trying to get your last name, Celeste, correct? I want to make sure I get that right. Gerald Celeste.
That's right. But my real last name is Celentano. And
say that one more time.
America, they changed the names. But and Adriano Celentano, he was the Elvis Presley of Italy. So I don't know if I'm related, but I do have that spirit as a Napolitano from the Bronx. It's a different trip,
You might be. We can hold out that hope. There might be a will somewhere. You've gotten a lot of money. Gerald Celeste, he's a publisher, Trends Journal founder. He's also director of Trends Research Institute. Thank you for joining me, man. I really appreciate it.
Oh, thanks for all you do. Thanks for having me on.
I would like to get your take on what is taking place in regards to Anchorage, Alaska. I've been getting two streams of thought on what has been taking place in the negotiations between Trump and Putin. And I guess maybe there are two ways to think about this. Let's start with the financial part first, since you do trends. Donald Trump has effectively passed tariffs on the entirety of the world. And in addition to passing tariffs on the entirety of the world, he has also put, quote unquote, secondary tariffs, potentially. It was 20%, or he dropped it to 20% on India. He was going to do it on China, but he's punted on China because Taco understands there are going to be consequences for it. Trump is trying to argue that we are doing great. The world is fantastic. And America has a fantastic future ahead of it with these tariffs because everybody else is now going to be, it's like a wealth management fund that European countries and the countries around the world are going to be dumping money into America that the president can move around to build factories and everything else for Americans. And he wouldn't lie. So I want to get your take on it to see if that is in fact true. And are we at $37 trillion in debt? Looking great.
First of all, on the Ukraine war, this is the Trends Journal. When it used to be a quarterly, now it's a weekly. And you see how happy that guy is? It's the United States overthrow the democratically elected government of Viktor Yanukovych in Ukraine in 2014.
Oh, that's the article in 2014 when you put this in?
Yeah, this is the magazine from 2014 when the United States overthrew the democratically elected government of Viktor Yanukovych. The article, Washington is Driving the World to the Final War, by Dr. Paul Craig Roberts, former Assistant Treasury Secretary under Ronald Reagan.
You nailed it.
I was going to read a quick part here.
Oh, you nailed it. Yeah.
Washington, remember, this is 2014, March. Washington concluded that Russia needed to be confronted with or distracted by problems that would leave the Russian government less confident or able to counter Washington's aggression elsewhere. Ukraine presented the perfect opportunity for Washington to advance its hegemonic agenda. In a speech at the National Press Club last December, meaning December 2013, Assistant Secretary of State Victoria Nuland boasted that Washington had invested $5 billion in non-governmental organizations, NGOs, in Ukraine for the purpose to teach democracy. All right? The United States overthrew the democratically elected government. People have no idea about how this began. Ukraine, not my language, the language of the European Union, IMF, the most corrupt country in Europe. They were busted after the Soviet Union ended in 1991. They needed dough. They were going to make a deal with the EU and the IMF. And Putin said, I got a better deal for you. I'm going to lower your price of oil and give you a lower interest rate. Yep. And Yanukovych said, okay, we'll go with you. No, you won't. People have no idea how they. Victoria Nuland, a piece of arrogant scum, caught on the cell phone talking to another piece of scum because they all are the United States ambassador to Ukraine. Jeffrey Pyatt.
Yep.
Caught on the phone saying, fuck the EU, we're putting Yatsen. Yatsenyuk was his name. All right? People have no idea. Let's just hate the Russians. When I was a kid, they had us hiding under a desk in case an atom bomb went off. Those Russians are going to, like hiding under a desk is going to make a difference if an atom bomb goes off. That's the stupidity the morons running the show. So going back to Trump and meeting, Trump is full of crap. Again, here. Hey, you elect me? I'm going to end that war, the Ukraine war, in 24 hours. All right? Hey, now that I'm elected now. Before I get into office, before I'm inaugurated, I'm going to end that war, all right? This is Trump last week. This is from the Financial Times, actually this week. Trump warns severe consequences will follow if Putin refused to end the war. Yep, severe consequences. Okay, here's the deal. People have no idea that the people that took over Ukraine are the Azovs, Nazis, all right? The facts are there. Oh, and who's the guy that's the president, Zelensky? Yeah, Google it up. Zelensky plays the piano with his penis, all right? Look at him. The guy was a comedian who lied his way into office that he was going to be a peace candidate. Like Obama, the Nobel Peace of Crap Prize winner. Folks always folking us. Yeah, the Afghan troop surge. Anyway, right after he got elected, I could go on. They slaughtered over 15,000 Russian people in the Donbass region.
Yep.
Russia was part of Ukraine. Ukraine was part of Russia up until Khrushchev became the president of the Soviet Union.
Right.
It was Ukraine was part of Russia for like over 300 years.
Oh, Crimea.
And Crimea, of course. Ukraine, Crimea, all part of Russia. Khrushchev changed that. Anyway, they killed over 15,000 Russian people in the Donbass region. Ukraine did. And that's one of the reasons why Putin launched the attack. They wouldn't stop it. And our money, by the way, to go do it. So going back to that, there's not going to be a deal. And again, just more crap out of hey, I'm going to make a deal with Iran, all right? We're going to get a nuclear deal. Hey, fat boy, you're the guy that ended the nuclear deal. You remember when you were president that Obama put into place? And they shoved this crap down the people's mouth. And while they're talking about that guy, was it Witkoff, Jerkoff, the guy that's over there doing a deal? Oh, we're going to have a deal with Iran, and it's bombs away over Iran. How many times did you hear we're going to have a peace deal with Hamas and Israel? As Israel's slaughtering the Palestinians with our money in front of everybody's eyes. So Trump is full of crap. Russia is not going to give back the land that they've taken. End of story. Severe consequences. Let's go back to genocide Joe Biden. Remember when he gave over, depending on whose numbers you look at, over between $250 billion to $350 billion our money to keep the Ukraine war going? And what did he say? They put the sanctions on Russia. Remember, all the companies pulled out of Russia, McDonald's, all these things pulling out of Russia, Starbucks, all pulling out of Russia. Putin's going to pay the price. Quote, no, he didn't. They became more self-sustaining and self-sufficient. Yep. Russia has very educated people scientifically, technologically, culturally. The businesses that they left, the Russians took over. The economy's not doing as great as it was, but it's still doing okay. So that's the deal. And his putting the sanctions when he's on India. If you're buying oil from Russia, we're going to put sanctions on you. You know how much India exports to the United States? 2% of their GDP. That's it. They could care less. China's going to keep buying oil from them. India's going to keep buying oil from them. The BRICS are going to keep buying oil from them.
Yes.
Now, going back to tariffs, I just told you about how I hate Trump. I hate his support of genocide. I support tariffs. People hate me for this.
Do you?
It's in New York.
Do you? You got to explain that one. Go for it.
Because once upon a time, all right, just to make it clear that I'm a political atheist, I can't stand the crime syndicate. And I was the assistant to the secretary of the New York State Senate at one time. I was on the other side.
Right.
There's a T-shirt I did in 1992 when Clinton was office.
Slick Willie.
I didn't have sex with that woman, Monica Lewinsky. She always sucked my dick. That little arrogant little piece of scum that wasn't worth a penny, that's worth what? About $150 million now? Yep. That's the guy that gave us NAFTA. Get those jobs out of America. Bring them down to Mexico so you guys can make more money and pay me off. I'm up in Kingston. They used to have shirt factories here, Gant, everywhere. All over. Factories, factories, factories. Factories paid higher wages. Bill Clinton gave us NAFTA. That scumbag brought China into the World Trade Organization. Again, in tracking trends, you make connections between different fields. And I'll go in a whole different direction right now, but I'm going to go back to Clinton. There's going to be a dot-com bust. China's going to take over the world in AI. They overinvested in the trends are born, they grow, they mature, reach old age, and then they die. AI was just born officially 3 years ago, 2022. You don't invest all your money in the first companies. Now let's go back to Clinton and why China's going to take over. Before China got into the World Trade Organization, 10% of Chinese 18-year-olds went to college. 10%. Now, almost 70%. Young people are totally AI high-tech addicted. 1.4 billion people in China, 347 about million in America. They're going to college. We're dumbing down. They're going to lead the world in AI. There's going to be a dot-com bust. Going back to Clinton and manufacturing. China, the Western nations gave China all the high-tech and heavy industry capabilities in manufacturing, high-tech and heavy industry that they never had. They never had. Look at China's GDP from 1970 to 2001. They officially got into the World Trade Organization 2 weeks after 9/11. Whoop, their economy skyrocketed. Hey, who sells the most EVs in the world right now?
China.
Yeah. We gave up our manufacturing. So here, go to Marshall's, go to any of these stores. Help wanted, help wanted, help wanted, help wanted. All we are plantation workers of Slavelandia. The rich have taken over everything. That scumbag, that little piece of warmongering crap, Clinton. Glass-Steagall Act, you like that one? How about this one?
Don't tell me that one. Yeah.
Yeah. How about, oh, it began with Jimmy Carter, the peanut farmer that everybody loved. Oh, that gave us Mujahideen. Oh, you mean Osama bin Laden? Oh, yeah, we got to fight those Russians in Afghanistan. Yeah, that little slime ball. He's the first one to push interstate banking.
Yep.
Back in the day, Bank of America was only in California. We had thousands and thousands of local banks. Bill Clinton did away with one antitrust law after another. The bigs have taken over everything. When I was a young man, I'm the same age as Trump. Man, and if I look like him, boy, woo, hey, how about that, man? Could you move? No, I'm too fat. Anyway, I'm the same age as Trump. When I was a young man, there were hardware stores, stationery stores, drug stores, grocery stores. Now, all chains. Chains own everything. My uncles, may they rest in peace, they had a fish store in Rego Park in Long Island, one in Flushing, one in Jackson Heights, another one up in the Bronx. My uncle's butcher shop. No more, all gone. The bigs own everything now. because of these slime ball, arrogant pieces of scum. Oh, Bill Clinton. You can hear him bullshit for free. What's he get? $300,000 or $400,000 an hour to speak to the Goldman Sachs gang? All right? Payoffs. So I'm for tariffs. And again, look at the immigration problem. Again, only write the facts in the Trends Journal. Biden letting them come in like crazy.
Yes.
Because they want cheap labor. These are the people that are working at Target, that are working at all these chains, because they're not making any money. Oh, and talking about Bill Clinton, the slimeball murderous piece of scum, how about, Google it up, Madeleine Albright, not all that bright, and she rotten hell, saying, last on Leslie Stahl, 60 Minutes, is the cost of 500,000 Iraqi children under the age of 5 worth the price of what Bill Clinton has done to Iraq?
She says,
and
yes.
she said, it's worth the price.
Yep. That's hardcore, ain't it? That is hardcore. Oh, I think you may be frozen. Come back to me, Joe. Oh, there you are. Yeah, that's hardcore. I remember that speech. And just imagine if Putin said that. If they asked Putin, hey, are the price of, 500,000 children worth it? And he says, yes. Can you imagine?
Yeah.
What would have, the collective S-fit that would have taken place?
Yep.
I think I get your point. Your point is we need to protect our industries.
Yeah.
And tariffs are a way of protecting our industries.
And protecting out, I launched a movement called Occupy Peace. I have peace rallies every year up here in Kingston. John and Crown Street. It's the most historic four corners in America. And the seeds of democracy were sown here. Anyway, Judge Napolitano, Scott Ritter are going to be speaking September 27th at 2 p.m. we're beginning. And I started this well over a decade ago. And one of the things I do is I read George Washington's part of his farewell address. Now, This is a real man that fought. Not like Biden that got 4 or 5 draft deferments that love war, or Trump that got 4 or 5 draft deferments that loves war. This is a real man.
He had bone spurs.
Yeah, he had a bone spur right on the ankle. Yeah. He says we should not become involved in these foreign entanglements. Basically, this crap has been going on for centuries. We're not going to fix it. We should not get involved in it. We have to protect America. And one of the foundations of Occupy Peace is, we're in 700 bases in about 80 countries.
That we know of.
Yeah. Close these bases down and bring home the troops. Protect America. And put them to work to rebuild our third world infrastructure. Look at the potholes everywhere. The subway in New York is a night in Calcutta. Amtrak? How about Amcrap? You been anywhere else, anybody in the world? Look at the crap we got here. So I'm against this war crap. I believe in what George Washington says and about not getting involved in foreign entanglements, and the same thing with tariffs. Mm-hmm. And again, look at the McKinley. They killed the guy. He was for tariffs. He was the last one. And they brought that scumbag Woodrow Wilson in. I was thinking, who ever heard of anybody with the name Woodrow? Imagine naming a kid, hey, Woodrow. Yeah, Woodrow. That little piece of shit. He gave us the Federal Reserve, federal income tax, the IRS, and World War I. And he did away with the tariffs, started to doing away with it. Again, I believe in building up the manufacturing when we used to have it here. All the toys used to be made up around here, Massachusetts, all over the place. Look at Rust Belts. Look what the cities have turned into. All these corporations want to do is make more money. Look what again, the facts are there. The rich are getting richer and everybody else is getting poorer.
I don't think I would entirely be against the tariffs if I thought they were put together in a logical way that made sense. I mean, if you ask Trump, when they asked him, it was like, hey, do you know how much the tariffs are going to be? Yeah, I have a feeling about it. It's like, what? Maybe you have a feeling about it. I get it if it's like we want to protect our auto industry, we want to protect our I don't know, farming or whatever else. I get it in a contextual, rational sense. I don't get that coming out of this administration, though.
No, you're
That's
right.
not the sense that I get. It doesn't
You're
fill me with
100% right. We're
confidence.
putting 50% tariffs on Brazil
Yes,
because we're bringing that guy Bolsonaro to court. What
exactly.
the hell do I care? And where's Trump? Who the hell are you to say what they should do down there? Hey, don't you know who I am? Don't you know who I am? I had lunch with Trump's brother, Robert, back in 2017. They had a restaurant over here in Wassaic, which is across the river from me over here. The brother went on to tell me that when the father died, he left the family over $500 million worth of real estate.
Really?
Yeah. Trump is nothing more than a spoiled daddy's boy. An arrogant daddy. Hey, we're going to put 150% tariffs. I changed my mind. Oh, we're going to extend it for 30 days. 30 days. Oh, I'm going to make it 90 days. And he makes a crap every day. Every day more. Here, I've been at this for 45 years. Every year we have top trends. Never before in 45 years, there was one of our trends, wild card.
Tells you.
It's a wild card, man.
That is the trend. Wild card.
It's a wild card. You don't know how this guy's the Trump card's going to play out the wild card. Every day, different story, different time. Here, I just read to you what Trump said. Trump warns severe consequences will follow if Putin refuses to end war.
Right.
Just before I got on the air, he's changing his tune already.
Well, I got to be honest with you. Trump needs an out. He needs an out. I don't know if it's going to be a sustainable peace. I'm doubtful of that. But if you see what is taking place on the battlefield, Ukraine is getting routed at this point, and they are breaking through at various points on the battlefield in a way that Ukraine can't compensate for. Russia has 2 reserve militaries waiting to come into the military campaign. Trump is screwed in this process. He cannot pass secondary tariffs. They would damage the U.S. economy. He's already passed tariffs on the world.
Yep.
So this is his desperate out. So I get the sense that they had negotiated something to even get Putin here to begin with. Now, I don't know what that something is. And I don't even know if it's something that they would ultimately work out. I do know that Trump is desperate. And because he's desperate, he may actually put something on the table that Putin would, at the very least, be willing to negotiate and talk about. So
they've already made the deal.
Yeah.
Whatever's happened, it's already done.
It's already done. Yeah.
And I don't know where it's going to go, but I do know that Russia's not going to give back. If they give back anything, it's going to be very little. They're not going to give back the Donbass region. And again, you talk about Crimea before. They had a vote, remember? 96% of the people voted to leave with Ukraine. And again, it was part of Russia for over 300 years. And it only changed under... there's the other thing, too. The deal made when the Soviet Union broke down between Bush Sr. and Gorbachev was that, quote, NATO would not move 1 inch further. There were 16 NATO countries back then, now 32. So if we had China down in Mexico and Russia up in Canada with missiles aimed at the United States, so everybody would be so happy here, wouldn't they?
Yeah. They would say that Mexico and Canada are independent nations and they can do exactly what they want. And if they want to aim missiles at the United States, it's perfectly okay because we're perfectly consistent, right?
Yeah.
No, you're absolutely right. I mean,
by the way, this article, this Trends Journal 2014, to show you how they sell propaganda. You see that? This is Sochi Olympics. This is weeks before the United States overthrew the government. This is an article in the Trends Journal. Leading up to Sochi Olympics, media and government officials warned of looming terror attacks, hotels in disrepair, filth, yellow drinking water, and homophobes everywhere. The propaganda campaign primed Americans to view Russia unfavorably. They set it up before they overthrew the government.
And you know what's wild
For
about
us
that?
to hate the Russians.
It's the exact opposite now.
Yep. And
Like when Jon Stewart was talking about the subways, and they showed chandeliers in the Russian subways. I mean, just spotless streets. And Jon Stewart said that's the price of freedom. Our subways are trash. What the hell?
and going back to Russia and Ukraine, the Trends Journal, the war began on February 24th, 2022. 2 days before our Trends Journal magazine, from COVID war to Ukraine war to World War. World War III has already begun. There's going to be a false flag event that makes it, quote, official. What Israel is doing with the genocide in Palestine, the bombs away over Iran, they're bombing Syria, Lebanon. The United States, with Sudan and Somalia, we've been bombing the hell out of them like 57 times already this year. Wars, and Ukraine war is not going to end. But anyway, we said there's no way that Ukraine could defeat Russia.
Of course not.
Remember, these are the Russians, not my language. This is John F. Kennedy speech to graduating students at American University in June of 1963, all about peace. He goes on to say that no nation suffered worse in World War II than the Russian people.
Yes.
He said over 20 million of them were killed. He said, these are very advanced people, scientifically, technologically, spiritually. He said, these are good people. We should not go to war against them. Because if we do, his language, life on Earth will end in 24 hours and be destroyed for generations. That was 1963.
Right there.
He goes on to say that Russia lost their land, the equivalent, their homes, factories, and farms, the equivalent of Chicago to the East Coast. Operation Barbarossa, brought to you by Hitler, killed over 25 million of them. Who were the first ones to beat the Germans? The Russians. Napoleon marched to Moscow, 1812, left with 420,000 troops, leaving Poland to attack Moscow, came back with 10,000. You don't mess with the Russians. It's a different trip.
Gerald, you are fantastic. You're fantastic. And my audience loves you.
Thank you.
Trends Journal, where can people find it, by the way? I'm going to put a link at the bottom. I think I had an affiliate link in my other video. I'm going to get that link and I'm going to put it back at the bottom of this video when it airs, when I cut this. You were dead on the money at a time where every other media organization was effectively lying through their ass about how this war started, and even about the way they talk about it now with the series of lies. I mean, they have built buildings, cathedrals of lies in order to sell this war, to absolve the West and the United States from its role in promoting this war. I'm glad you brought up the Victoria Nuland, Jeffrey Pride clip, where she's like, F the EU, we keep the EU out of it and all this other stuff. Most Americans don't know that.
Nah.
Most Americans don't know it. That is something you would have in your journal to explain it in a way that the media in the United States are not going to put it. And if you look at the media right now, they would say, Putin is a slick dealer. Donald Trump is going to be under Putin's spell, and Putin, former KGB agent, going against mob, like the characterization and the way that they use their language in order to denigrate or to mystify things that just aren't necessarily indicative of reality. It's astonishing. If your journal or your journal is hitting it in a way that's more honest and more direct. So,
well, you mentioned about the media. Again, Slick Willie Clinton, 1996 Federal Communications Act.
Yes.
He regulated the media. Back then, there were thousands of independent radio stations, television stations, newspapers. Now, 6 companies control 92% of the media. Yeah. I call them prostitutes, media whores that get paid to put out by their corporate pimps and government whoremasters. I used to be on Oprah, the Today Show, Good Morning America, Fox, everybody, all the time.
You were on Oprah?
Twice.
Oh, I have to look that up.
Yeah.
That Oprah or thin Oprah? Which Oprah?
Oprah was great back then, by the way.
Yeah.
I used to be on everybody. Nobody had a show like her. But I got blacklisted when I said the United States would lose the Afghan war, and we had no business going into the Iraq war. And that's when they took me off. I got back in 2000 and late 2007 when I had forecast the .com bust. And of course, they were making fun of me. That's why they wanted me on the media, because they said it's not going to bust. I didn't know what I was talking about.
And you were right.
Yeah, well, the magazine, it's right here. We did we did a whole article, .com bust 2 point, and we said it would bust by the second quarter of 2000. Anyway, one after another. And I'm sorry, not that one. That was the Panic of 08 in 2007. I took out the domain name, the Panic of 08, in 2007, and that's when they got me back on the media, because they wanted to make fun of me. I didn't know what I was talking about. And then, of course, the Panic of 08 hit. And by the way, when I talk about Clinton and all the politicians, this is a T-shirt that you could get at the Trends Journal.
How did you know? Oh, that's just perfect.
They're lowlifes. I was the assistant to the secretary of the New York State Senate.
How did
I
you
was
know?
at the top. I saw what a clown show it is. Arrogant little boys and girls that suck their way up to the top. Bow down, bend over, and suck their way up.
But it
and
seems to have gotten worse.
Guys out man to man, they fold like that, man.
You don't think it has gotten worse, though? Like going back from, I don't know.
What's your favorite? Here again. Google up Franklin Roosevelt seizes Japanese assets.
Right. No, I remember.
Look up History Today. On July 26, 1941, President Franklin Roosevelt seized all Japanese assets in America, and along with the UK and the Dutch, they cut off 3/4 of Japan's global trade and 88% of their imported oil.
Right.
You know why? Those dirty Japs invaded French Indochina.
Right.
French Indochina? What the hell are the French doing in Cambodia, Laos, and Vietnam? And you're calling it French Indochina? I wonder why they bombed Pearl Harbor. I can't figure it out. They cut off all their trade, all their oil, and they only poured 100% of it. And what the hell do I care about what's going on in French Indochina? And what the hell are the French doing there? All of a sudden, and that's the other one I hate, by the way, the royal family. What royal family? They're a mafia. The sun never sets on the British Empire.
Oh, it's
we kill people all over the world. The Dutch, the French, the English. And the other reason, you could Google this up again, History Today. You know why else they cut off their oil? And those dirty Japanese took over the Cameron Air Force Base in Vietnam.
Right.
And the United States had troops just 600 miles away in the Philippines. What the hell are we doing in the Philippines? And the English had troops in Singapore. What the hell are they doing over there? This is the reasoning. Before Pearl Harbor, over 80% of the American people did not want to get involved with World War II that was already going on.
Right.
There's going to be another false flag event that sucks the American people into it. Again, 90% of the American people swallow the crap coming out of little Georgie Bush's mouth. We're going to get that guy Osama bin Laden dead or alive. All right?
He's like Hitler, as they said. Babies and incubators. Yeah.
So anyway, if they're subscribing, they put your link in. The Trends Journal is a grand total of $2.50 a week, a couple of pennies a day. Over 200 pages a week, from high-tech science to technocracy to AI to geopolitics, economics, on and on and on. We're giving people everything we can, and there's no magazine. You look at the comments on YouTube. There's no magazine like it. We give it every ounce of energy we can to help people prepare, prevail, and prosper in these dangerous times ahead.
Wait, real quick before I let you go, how did you know that that it was going to bust? That in 2007 it was going to crash?
It's very simple. You go back again. You got to tracking trends again. Is where we are, how we got here to see where we're going. I mentioned little Georgie Bush. Again, we call the dot-com bust in the fall of 1999. We said it would bust by the second quarter 2000, and it did in March. Oh. The NASDAQ was down over 80% before 9/11. All right?
Wait, said it again. You said the NASDAQ was down 80%?
Over 80%. The NASDAQ crashed, the dot-com bust. Bush was in the toilet with his ratings. We're in a recession. Things are getting terrible. All of a sudden, 9/11. Everybody forgot about how bad it was, and then they artificially propped up the markets. You remember, hey, you don't have a job? You're out of work? You're deep in debt? Don't worry about it. Here, sign over here. We got a subprime mortgage.
Yeah.
You remember that one?
I do, unfortunately.
Okay. And when I say it's a crime syndicate and I don't vote for them, the banks, the bandits, and the military-industrial complex, the Federal Reserve, again, the banks and the derivatives games they were playing. Look it up. Bard College, Levy Institute. The Federal Reserve dumped in $29 trillion. $29 trillion to the banks, the bandits, that brought us into the panic of 08. The ones that caused it got bailed out while foreclosures started happening everywhere. And then what happened with the foreclosures? Oh, was it Blackstone? All these companies started buying up those homes, and now they rent them out. That never happened before. So we knew. You go back when the housing boom began. I remember everywhere I go, I see these long trailers with a half of a house on it, pieces. They were everywhere. They were building like crazy. They were overbuilding. We knew it was going to bust with the panic of 08. It was fake. And then I got it wrong in 2012. I thought there was going to be a bust. They didn't teach me about a thing called quantitative easing or zero interest rates in Economic 101, a graduate school. They'll make up any crap that they want. So that's what they did also with the COVID thing. Zero interest rates, trillions of dollars dumped into the markets. The thing should have busted. And that's why we had the inflation numbers. So they'll invent anything. And by the way, we're going to go digital too. We're very bullish on gold. And again, it's not what we like, what we want, what we wish for. We said when Trump got in, you're going to see Bitcoin prices and other cryptos skyrocket, because this is the Trump that hated it, made fun of it when he was president and after. But then when he got over $100 million from the crypto club and tens of millions of dollars for his inauguration from them, and his kids got into the business and he got into the business, we said this thing's going to skyrocket. But the world is going to go digital. They're going to make up something, because you talked about before when we started about the debt level. Was it 37 trillion? It's much more higher, by the way, when you put in Social Security and the other numbers. It's well over 100 trillion. They're going to come up with something. We have a new coin, and we're getting rid of that dirty dollar. We're going from dirty cash to digital trash. And we're going to make up something else. And the world is going to go digital. It's already happened in China. Nobody uses cash, credit cards, or anything. Everything's digital. So that's going to be the future. Again, going back to AI, it's a digital world.
That's terrifying. That's terrifying.
Yeah.
Like they're debating people now for their political ideology. Imagine what that looks like when you don't have cash.
Yep. Again, one of our cover of the magazine this week, the King James Bible got it wrong. The meek have not inherited the earth. The geeks have. The geeks are in control. I don't call these cell phones. They're slave phones. Go out. I'm out last night with my friend, and we're in a beautiful place. 2 people sitting at the bar on their phone the whole time, on their phone. Nobody's talking to each other. Walk down the street, everybody's on the phone. Right? Everywhere you go, on the phone. When I don't have a cell phone. Don't carry one. I got one only for things I need in terms of when they send us things from the bank. Don't carry a phone. I did work for the cellular telecommunications industry going back to 1994 when they had boxes in the backs of the trunks of cars with aerials. I studied the radio frequency radiation since then. They're deadly, not my language. University of California, Berkeley, they're hardly reporting this stuff anymore. If you're on a cell phone for 17 minutes a day for 10 years, your chances of getting a brain tumor only increase by 60%. And these 5G towers are wonderful, aren't they? They're killing us in 1,000 ways. So I don't carry a cell phone. People are totally addicted to it. If the life is gone, people don't talk to each other. They're walking down the street. So going back, the world is going digital. Again, look at you. Look at the way you're dressed out. Nicely you are. Look at the geeks. They work. Look at
I will tell you what's funny about that. I did software for 10 years. I was a software engineer for 10 years.
you know.
So,
Yeah.
but I do radio now or podcasts. Gerald, I have thoroughly enjoyed this, and I always learn every time you come on the show.
Well, thank you.
Check his Trends Journal. Check it out. I would have the link at the bottom so you guys can get it. You have been, you've nailed it. You've nailed it. And the 5G thing I've heard too. And it's amazing to me that they don't even investigate it. It's just kind of like, yeah, let's put up stronger wavelengths. Yeah, people will be all right. We'll be fine. Don't stress it. Everybody good.
And the other thing too, by the way, the only thing I see that could change this world, this country, is a renaissance. And that's what happened after the Black Plague in the late 1300s. Over 60% of Europe was wiped out from the Black Plague, filthy sanitation. They used to say in Italy, alla Romana et all'antica, in the manner of the Romans and the ancients, to describe the quality of their work. We need a renaissance. We need to bring back the quality of my parents' and grandparents' generation when the world wanted to come to America. And now people want to leave the place. And the people, other than the people coming from countries where they have lack of basic living standards, government corruption, crime, and violence, other than those people, the other people from Europe and other countries don't want to come here anymore. It's not the same place. When I was a number 2 guy running a major trade association. And after the trade show, we'd put on an event for the people that exhibited. It's either 77 or 78. We took over the Atlantic Convention Center, and I was in charge of it. And the show for the people was Ella Fitzgerald.
I think you told me that.
Yeah. And she said to my former wife when we went backstage, I introduced myself. She said, "You look like my goddaughter Carmen, who lives in Harlem." I took over the Superdome, did one with Dionne Warwick. When music was music. And again, the Black Cats were leading the show, with the style, everything, man. What they call Louis Armstrong, the ambassador of goodwill.
Yeah.
And it was the style of America. And now, again, the geeks, now it's just synthetic crap. I hate going out to a restaurant and bam, 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 bam. When there used to be style and grace, we got to bring that back. Again, that's what changed the Renaissance. We need to bring it because facts don't mean anything to people. Again, when I started learning, first of all, when I was a kid, I started talking. My father's driving the car. He turns around, he looks at me, and he said to me in Italian, "Papagallo, parrot, stop repeating what everybody else is saying and think for yourself." I was repeating the crap I heard on the news and stuff. And then when I got older and I started learning stuff, I said, "Pop," I said, "why don't people care?" He said, "Son, take it easy. People have little minds." Again, 90% of the people swallow the crap coming out of little Georgie Bush's mouth. We're going to get that guy Osama bin Laden dead or alive. People know if Taylor Swift got laid last night. That's what they're concerned about. How are the Yankees and the Mets doing? They don't know about the facts of what's going on.
I don't
We
know how
need
we
a
turn.
renaissance. That's the only way I see it changing.
I accept that. I just don't know how you get to it. I honest to God, I don't see a current. I don't see the turning of a corner. I don't see it. I don't see it. I cover news all
I
day.
can tell you how it could happen.
Things
Same way
fall
it
apart.
happened with the last time with the Renaissance. The Medicis made it happen. The banksters, the money people. If they put the money into it to make it happen, it would happen. Like our peace movement. Warren Buffett's son used to be one of my tenants at my 1763 Dr. Jensen house, the Nova Foundation. Not only would he never say hello to me, I'm the landlord, but I'm only a little guinea from the Bronx, so I got to make it clear. Why should he say, look, don't you know who my father is? Never gave us a penny for our Occupy peace movements. Not a penny. Look at these guys. Look what all you're talking about the news and people don't know anything. How many weeks do we have to hear that Bezos was getting married to the chick with the fake tits?
Oh, don't tell me. Don't ask me that.
How
Don't
many
ask me that.
front page of the Wall Street Journal, $5 a day, by the way. I got to see this. People don't know anything. That's what they're talking about. So the rich could make it happen if they put their money where their heart is. But they're smarter than us. They're going to take all the money with them when they die.
They don't care.
I know.
If they cared, this would be a different world.
That's what I'm saying.
I'm saying they don't care. I mean,
No,
like
no,
short of, yeah, they care about how do I maximize profit. It does at any expense.
And they're egotists. We're nobodies. Again, we're nothing more than plantation workers of slave land here. So get to work. I want to steal your money so I could send it to Israel so they could keep killing people, all right? More money to Ukraine. Keep that war going. More money for the military-industrial complex. Oh, remember Trump sold himself as a peace candidate? Oh, the guy that bombed Iran, Yemen, slaughter going on in Israel. Oh, that guy? Oh, yeah, forgot.
From my point of view, it all has to collapse. It's a mechanical process. It goes until it can't.
It's collapsed already.
Not
When
yet.
all else fails, they take you to war. I went back and talked about what Franklin Roosevelt did. What was going on back then? The Great Depression. What followed the dot-com bust? The war on terror. When all else fails, they take you to war.
I think the difference is, though, this is the last war.
Oh, yeah, you're right. Nuclear annihilation.
Yeah. I have a wooden desk, so clearly I'll be safe.
Oh, yeah, just hide under it.
Yeah. Gerald, thank you for this, man. I really appreciate you. You have a good one, okay? Be safe. Thank you. He is fantastic. He is fantastic. He is fantastic. I enjoyed that conversation. I'm going to put his link at the bottom of the video when I cut it. So anyone that's interested, it'll be an affiliated link. Anyone who purchases the journal, I think I get a kickback. But beyond that, the fact that he was able to nail that stuff going all the way back in time is by itself impressive. By itself, it's impressive. So definitely check him out. Definitely check out Trent's journal. Gerald Celeste. He is awesome. I am very jealous of the Ella Fitzgerald, the Louis Armstrong, the Dionne Warwick. All of these people are just astonishing looking artists, especially Ella. All right, let's go to the chats. Oh, we have a lot of them today. And by the way, let me know what you guys think is going to happen with the summit. It's what time is it? It's 11:23. I think it starts at 11:30. Give me your take on how you think this is going to go. For us, look, from my point of view, this is a political holiday. This is Christmas in a political sense. You don't get these events every blue moon. Trump is in a desperate situation. He needs something out of this. Now, the rub is whether something can come to fruition or not. It's going to be entirely up to Trump. Putin has been very consistent about what he wanted. Now, I have made the argument, and before I even get the chats, I've given you my prediction. Leaders tend to put out maximalist demands. And even if those demands seem rational, which Putin's demand seems rational, they still tend to be maximalists. You very rarely do I give you exactly what I want, because usually I'm not going to get exactly what I want. I add my core demands and I put fluff on it. There's gravy always built into it. So it's very possible that the demands that Putin gave, some of that is core, meaning some of this is non-negotiable. We don't even need to meet if this is not going to be included in it. And the other parts are fluff. It's stuff I can move around the table. It's stuff that we can exchange and negotiate. It's that stuff. Now, it's very possible that all of the meetings that were taking place between Witkoff and Putin, it was being litigated through those meetings. And for all of the nonsense that Donald Trump was talking about, maybe he didn't bring it up. Maybe he is saying a lot of nonsense when really what they were doing were actually negotiating. 3 hours is not entirely enough time. If Witkoff comes back to Trump and say, blah, 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 Witkoff goes back to Moscow, blah, 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 blah. This is what we're willing to offer. We're in a fix. I'm screwed. Failing on the battlefield. Something needs to be done. This is what we're willing to offer. And Putin says, well, it's not bad. We can talk. Let's talk. You telegram conversations back and forth, or whatever they were using for communications. It was revealed that there were communications that were going back and forth that we didn't know anything about. So it's very possible that the U.S. offered something. Now, whatever that offer is, it obviously has to take into account the core demands that Russia wants, right? NATO expansion, stop giving them military. I would imagine protection for Russian speakers that are going to remain. These 5 regions are ours, period, full stop, off the table, non-negotiation. It's part of the Russian constitution. They are ours, meaning we are going to take the Donbass one way or the other, non-negotiable. So the catch becomes, if there is a fudge, what is that fudge? What is the area of gray that can be played around with? Now, it's very possible that they're calling this is just a talk. This is to feel Putin out. This is to feel whether or not something can take place. Maybe, maybe not. I just have a hard time believing that they go with a blank slate. I just don't buy that premise. Every other time that Putin was talking about this, he said, we need to nail down what we're going to talk about. When he was talking about Zelensky and all this other stuff, we need to nail down what we're talking about, because I'm not going for no reason. Why would you end up talking to the president of the United States in person if you don't have something, some contextual thing already worked out that you're negotiating? So we'll see. It could already be negotiated, and this is for the photo op. It could be that we're talking in order to, shave off rough edges to see if we can actually come to some kind of agreement. What I'm stuck with, though, is that Trump is screwed on the battlefield, and there is nothing that he can do in military or practical terms to change what is happening on the battlefield. And in many other situations where the Europeans were screwed on the battlefield, they went running to the negotiation table, just like Trump is doing right now. So if I would wager what Putin wants is security, that's what he wants. Would he be willing to give up one thing for security for Russia? Maybe. He's a diplomat, after all. And more than many people would like, he is often willing to negotiate. The question, honestly, if there is anything that is done in this, and part of me thinks there is, but if there is, how do you, as the Russians, ensure that this is not Minsk 3? That is the question. How do you ensure that there is no NATO expansion? How do you ensure that, Europe doesn't continue its eastward movement? Meaning, how do you ensure whatever you negotiate in real terms takes place? Now, I suppose what you could do is keep your military on the ground up until the point where all negotiations are settled. There's that. But yeah, we'll see. I mean, honestly, to me, that's what it boils down to. If you don't make a deal, okay, you go back to the battlefield. If you do make a deal, well, obviously, the United States always can walk. If Europe and if Ukraine is giving Donald Trump shit about it, the U.S. can always walk. Zelensky can always be brought up on charges. Zelensky can always be killed by some rando agent paid for by the United States. So let's be very clear. It's not a situation where Zelensky is saying something, so whether Zelensky is going to take it or not. He ultimately doesn't matter. He doesn't matter. All of these people are like, well, Zelensky is an independent actor and Zelensky may not accept it. Nonsense. Nonsense. There will be a CIA agent waiting to string him up. There will be an Azov guy willing to put a bullet in him for $1. There will be a criminal charge waiting, put him in a jail cage. I hope you get my point. Zelensky is not the issue if the United States actually wants to move on it. The United States is the main mover and shaker in this war. Zelensky is a proxy. Europe doesn't matter. So all things being equal, if Donald Trump gets a deal, Donald Trump can sell that deal. Now the catch becomes selling it to a U.S. media and a European group that is going to be screaming that America has abandoned Ukraine. Fortunately, Donald Trump is a habitual liar. And in being a habitual liar, has no issue shaping reality to whatever he wants reality to be. That will be a power in this. So there's that. As I pointed out, from the standpoint of the Russians, how do you ensure this is not Minsk 3? That is first and foremost. Whatever deal you make, that's assuming a deal is made. The U.S. must move first, period. There is no trust. There is no, well, we're going to take their word. None of that. If that is the case, then the Russians have just been suckered. It also needs to be understood by the Russians that whatever the United States agrees upon, if there is a moment of opportunity, they will abandon whatever they agree upon. So there's that also. Meaning, any deal that you make with the U.S. has to be predicated on the idea that the United States is a dishonest actor and is not going to live up to the bargain, or at the very least is going to try not to live up to the bargain or abandon the bargain the moment they see any level of advantage in doing so. Yes, I'm cynical, but I am right. The INF Treaty, the Minsk agreements, the Istanbul agreements, the JCPOA, the NAFTA, the Mexico, China, the USA Mexico thing where Trump signed himself and then blew off the moment that he got back in office. I'm saying we are dishonest actors. And so Russia, in any agreement, in any talks, that has to be baked into the cake. And they have to respond and behave accordingly to it. Otherwise, they're going to get suckered and they're going to get trapped. And I would hope that Putin is far more shrewd to end up in another Minsk 1 and 2 agreement again. The entire point of this is security for Russia. That needs to be first and foremost on his mind in any of these negotiations, including the fact that Donald Trump is a habitual liar and the U.S. cannot be trusted. How do you make a deal under those terms? I don't know. But I'm not the one in the negotiations. Russia has a damn good team with them. We'll see what they come up with, if they come up with anything, right? We'll see. Let's go to my chats. We have Charles G. Welcome to the family, Charles G. Welcome to the family. And by the way, thank all of you who donate. Thank all of you. You may not know this. It is a difficult job running this channel. I'll just say that. It is a difficult job running this channel. And I would tell you, I've had the sense. Next week, I think I'm going to make changes. In some way. I'm not sure how yet. But thank all of you for the donations. Thank all of you for the support. Thank all of you for the likes. Thank all of you for the shares. Thank all of you for the buy me a coffees. Thank all of you for the PayPals. Thank all of you for the super chats. Thank all of you for all that you do for this channel. You have my deepest appreciation. If you have topics, if you have ideas, if you have things, people that you think may be really good to interview and you have their contact information, send them to me. I deeply appreciate it. You guys help make this channel what it is. And I mean that in real terms. So, Charles G, thank you. Welcome to the family. Let's go to the next one. Whoa, this name. Let's just say Jebediah Jackson, I think. Jebediah Jackson. I asked yesterday with Sarah how to send you something. Oh, I see. How to send you something on today. Much love, brother. What is this? This is much love, brother. 8M, so freaked out. Oh, I am so freaked out. Hope I am wrong. We'll just wait and see. That's all we can do, right? If nothing happens, Russia continues to advance on the battlefield. That's one option. If something happens, you get a deal, whatever that deal is. And on some level, you're just kind of stuck trusting that the Russians who have been killing and dying for the last 3 years are not going to accept the deal that at the very least is not in their interests, especially considering they're winning on the battlefield. Losers don't get to dictate terms. And as long as they know that, whatever deal, hopefully it's a good one. It will be one, however, that is clear that America has lost. If Russia comes away with a deal that is not clear that America has lost, then I can't even contemplate that, right? Yeah, I mean, they're the ones that have been killing and dying. Whatever deal has to take that into account, ideally. I get the sense that I'm more of a hard ass on this stuff sometimes than they are. But yeah, Jebediah, we'll just wait and see. We'll know in a few hours. Red Z, Jamal Putin asks Taco about the Epstein list. If anything, Putin should come and says, I have the Epstein list. Get butt naked. Get butt naked. RJ Raymond, what Caleb doesn't seem to understand is that if businesses can't afford to pay, I was thinking that too, just for the audience would know. If business can't afford to pay an employees a living wage, then it doesn't deserve to exist. I was thinking the exact same thing. With one caveat, RJ Raymond, with one caveat. If you are in New York City and your rents have inflated to $5,500, are they just to have no coffee shops? Right? And is it the fault of the coffee shop that, let's say, the government in the city has tax breaks in a way that incentivize inflating the rent to $5,500? Like, it's incompetence all throughout the way it's working, incompetence or corruption, whichever one you want to put. It's the people who are getting effed over, though, because of that incompetence or that corruption. I mean, the idea that you have tax breaks where it incentivizes people to leave rental houses open, and then because those houses are open, you create scarcity. That scarcity increases the rent, inflates it to some obscene costs, that the people who are living in the city can't make enough to effectively pay for the rent? Which one's fault is it? And who should get the hit because of it? So I get your point. I agree. It's like, dude, it's like, I can only pay $5 an hour. Then you shouldn't exist. Not my fault. Capitalistic system. This is the system you wanted, right? You shouldn't exist. I had a friend of mine who said that, where I'm like, yeah, people should make at least $15 an hour. And he was like, but I run a small business. It's like, and you say that to say what? Well, I mean, I was paying my people $10. Then you shouldn't exist. Sorry. I don't know what you want me to tell you just because I'm buddies with you. You shouldn't exist. And it's like, yeah, but those people are going to lose their jobs. And those people will find better jobs where they will be making $15 an hour. You are making an argument because you want to pay them less. Where are they going to get rent with you paying them $10 an hour? Right? Like, it's not that I want people to lose their jobs, nor I want businesses to proliferate. But it's like, dude, you are trying to effectively pay somebody a wage where they can't live off. It's like, come on, are you kidding me? It's like giving me that argument. Oh, I'm not going to be able to make, okay. Well, maybe you just have one worker as opposed to two and pay that guy better. Kevin Wayne, Caleb is right wing. He is not right wing. Caleb is the right wing aspect of RT that I've never understood. We real Trump. What? Caleb is the right wing aspect of RT that I've never understood. We're real Trump chumps early on. He is not. You misunderstand Caleb. You misunderstand Caleb. No bullshit. You do. Caleb is a communist for the most part. I don't think I'm overstating. He can write me if I'm wrong on this. He believes in abundance. Just because you're a socialist or communist doesn't mean everybody needs to be poor. Or it doesn't mean everything has to be shitty. So there's that. If you're looking at small businesses and people like that, those people are just people, especially small companies and whatnot. So a policy that damages them, that's not like pro person, pro worker. Like, I think that's the point that he's trying to make. He may be short-sighted in the Mandani criticism, especially given the legal system and the legal code and the way that they may work in New York, what that Ted kind of elucidated. But he's not functioning as a right-winger in this. His argument is not, F the workers, F the little guy, it's not that. That's not his argument. As for the Trump thing, look, the only reason Caleb was backing Trump, and I can't even say backing Trump, he is for peace. He wants to stop these wars. He's sick of these wars. The one consistent thing on RT and Sputnik, if there was anything consistent, we don't like war. The people who they hire are not warmongers. They tend to be, we don't like these wars. Let's stop these wars. Let's try to make agreements. Let's try to be friends. Let's reach out with a hand as opposed to a fist. Caleb is that guy. He's that guy through and through. And he's that guy through and through to the point where if a president gets in office claiming, I'm going to make peace, then Caleb is going to say, if that guy's going to try to make peace, I'm going to support that guy trying to make peace. He may be a monster in other capacities. I may hate what he does domestically, but if he's going to offer a hand for peace, I'm going to shake that hand. It's not that I agree with him with this other stuff. It's just in the limited, specific niche of trying to make deals and stop war. I'll back him on it. Now, you could be wrong. You could say that, well, Trump wasn't that guy. Trump was lying through his teeth. All of that's true. But Caleb wasn't wrong. And his explicit thought of, if this guy is going to make peace, I'm not going to be reflexively against him just because he's a monster. Yeah, I think you get him wrong. Kevin Wayne, if you think I'm wrong, let me know. But I think you get Caleb wrong. Let's see. Sparky. Welcome back, Sparky. Let's see. What is this? In the Batman TV series, one of Robin's high school classmates helped the Joker, so was sent to Wayne Foundation for delinquent girls instead of prison. Real Batman didn't just beat up criminals. I strongly suspect, Sparky, that that was the latter version of Batman, where people realize, wait a minute, Batman is just beating the shit out of people. Bruce Wayne is rich. Why did he just use his money? And yes, Wayne did have a Wayne Foundation, yes. But it was only recently, correct me if I'm wrong, Sparky, it was only recently that I've seen this question of why doesn't Bruce Wayne use his money as opposed to Batman? Mental illness, bit of a pedo, going through the streets at night, beating the shit out of poor people. And yes, I stand by the pedophile thing, because why is he getting children as his Robins and dressing them up in these flashy colors? He's a grown man who lives alone that brings in children into his inner sanctum, trains them, and goes out beating the shit out of poor people. And you don't think that's a little strange that he always uses little boys? Just pointing it out. I know some of you might like Batman. Just saying, it's a little weird, strange behavior. Kevin Wayne, RT, what is this? RT B6, they're left. Jesse Lee, Abby, Terrell, etc. I don't think so. I mean, look, I never worked on RT. I was brought on as guest. Rick Sanchez is not a right winger. God, I haven't watched RT in so long. So I can't really argue for RT, if I'm being honest with you, because I don't know entirely their schedule anymore. But I know Scotty is. See, Scotty and Rick were the only two I really knew. Manila went down the middle. She wasn't working for RT anymore. I mean, I knew more so RT America than I knew the one just traditional RT. Sputnik, I do know. Most of us were lefties. Most of us were hardcore lefties. I mean, so hardcore that people quit over the Gaza stuff. Like, that's how hardcore on the left many of the people were. There were a few people, my co-host Malik, he was a right-winger, but he was reasonable, usually. He can get in his feelings, but usually he was reasonable. At least I liked him. I that's my man to this day. I consider him my man. Lee was a right winger, but he was on fault lines, and that show went both ways. Yeah, I don't know. That's hard to argue because I haven't seen the most recent RT. I'm just going by RT America, and RT America had a little bit of both. Caleb, though, is not a right winger. Caleb is closer to a communist than anything else, I promise you. It's just, I think you've gotten so accustomed to this notion of like socialists that are poor, as opposed to this notion of pushing for abundance. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. Caleb can argue his own thing when he comes back next week. Pink Rose, so happy Ted Rall is back. I know, right? I love Ted Rall. I hit Ted Rall. It was like, yo, can you come on? He was like, oh man, I'm on the road. Where are you? I'm in Montana. I was like, you're in Montana? Give me a shot glass. Him and I were talking while he was gone. Sparky, Mom Donnie is from Uganda. Idi Amin is from Uganda. Is that a coincidence? Sparky, don't give them ideas. Don't give them ideas, Sparky. Don't give them ideas. Do not give them ideas. Please do not give them ideas. Sparky, don't forget President Woodrow Wilson also had the U.S. Marine Corps occupy Haiti on behalf of New York City bankers. Well, you heard Gerald Celeste call him a piece of scum. I love his rage. I love his indignation. Oh, I love it. I love it. I love it. He was a fantastic guest. Actually, today was a damn good show. I mean, I have to say so. It was a damn good show. There were no horses, but all of the guests were good. Subjects, conversation, all of the stuff was good. A damn good show. Mama Thomas, Jamal Thomas, thank you for bringing the correct news to the best morning or best damn morning show. I learn a lot from listening to your show. Keep up the good work. Well, thank you, Mama Thomas. Thank you, Mama Thomas. I appreciate that. Frank Friel, Jamal, how do you think Russian people would react if Putin makes a deal? Oh, God. Includes Russia paying for the reconstruction of Ukraine. Oh, they would probably feel the same way that I articulated it to Caleb. That shit is outrageous. That shit is outrageous. I made the argument to Caleb. Caleb immediately pivoted to, well, I will be out on the streets with my son. He was like, I'm not even touching that. It's outrageous. It's outrageous. The idea that you knock over a country, provoke me into a war, no less, after knocking over the country, trying to put NATO on the border of the country. I try 2 deals with you. You lie about those deals. We then go for Istanbul agreements. When I hold back my military, you lie about the Istanbul agreements and blow them off. You get 100,000 Russian killed in a war that we did not want to be in, meaning I'm acting as if I'm a Russian people. I don't care that I killed 1 million Ukrainians. That's not my issue. My responsibility is to the Russian people. Meaning, if that number was 20-fold, it wouldn't matter. It's still 100,000 dead Russians, people who are not going back to their homes, not going back to their families. This is not including areas where they tortured people, committed war crimes, all of this shit. And you expect me to pay for? Oh, you are out of your mind. You are out of your mind. But see, therein lies the rub with negotiations. Very rarely do people get everything that they want in negotiations. And oftentimes the best negotiations are ones where people give up something that they don't necessarily want to give up. If you are Russia, Caleb has a point. You've stolen the money anyway. Meaning, even if the war ends, how do I get the money back? So I can't force you to give me the money back. And so if we're making a deal and I get what I want, these regions are mine, these regions are enshrined in the Constitution, Zelensky is out. There are elections, no expansion of NATO, that goes into the Constitution. And obviously, if those things are going into the Constitution, Zelensky is out. Hell, maybe you make a deal for the terrorists in general, the banderites. Election, meaning we don't know exactly what he would get for that beyond the Donbass. But if you ask me, fuck that. Fuck that. I don't want you to save face claiming that Russia is paying for the rebuilding of Ukraine when Russia wasn't the one that provoked the war. No, I totally understand where you're coming from. But what do you get for it is the question, right? No expansion of NATO, no limits on the military, elections, basically get those fucking banderites out of government, enshrining the territories in the context of the Constitution, or at the very least recognition of those territories. Like, it depends on what you get. Putin is more of a diplomat than I am. He may go for it. Caleb might be right. I don't know. I know if I was Russian, though, I'd have some feelings about that shit. I'd have some serious, deeply serious feelings about it. President Trump wanted tariffs like President McKinley, a flat rate per industry, not varied per country. Yes, 10% of the vulnerable industries and 15% for fledgling industries. Deep state use fucked up plan. So that's kind of the argument I was making to Gerald. Like, it's one thing to say we're going to protect certain industries. That I get, right? I get we have vulnerable industries that we want to protect, that we want to make sure nothing goes on with. That makes sense. I get that. That's rational. It's another thing to say, I'm going to have random tariffs on random countries. I'm going to put 50% on Brazil, India, and China because they're part of BRICS. And, they're trying to undercut the dollar, and undercutting the dollar damages the United States. So I'm going to go after them under the cover of whatever hashtag reasons, when really it's about them being part of BRICS. That is just absurd. I mean, that is completely absurd, right? And every random day, he comes up with a different idea on what he wants to do. That is absurd. So if an argument is made to me that we're going to use tariffs in order to try to rebuild industries in the United States, depending upon what those industries are, okay, then that may make sense to me. That's not what's happening. That's not what he's doing. It's just not what he's doing. So yeah, it's weird. It's very bizarre. Trash Panda, $3 super sticker. Thank you, Trash Panda. Thank you for that. Kwame Bento, Spirit Warrior. Love that name. Another great show from Richmond, Virginia. Richmond, VA. Hot damn, you're my hometown. You are in my hometown. Cabudos is, God, man, I miss Cabudos. I miss bacon. I know that sounds silly, but it's true. They don't have bacon here. Captain D's, the weed shop in West Carytown. I miss all that stuff. I miss all of that stuff. But me saying that is why I put on so much weight when I'm in the States, when I'm back in Richmond. I spend too much money when I'm back in Richmond. It's like I have such bad habits back in the States. I'm like a better person when I'm abroad. I spend less, usually eat less, walk more, exercise more. I'm just a better person. Sparky, fear President Putin would compromise when he should hold out for Odessa. Sparky, I am concerned about that too. I would wager to you, Mark Sloboda is about that. I would wager to you there are a lot of people who are concerned about that. He has proclivities. Putin has proclivities. But, maybe the fact that his general is with him, Lavrov is with him. If you have your military guy there with you, and as I said, they've been killing and dying, would he keep you honest? Would he keep you honest? It's like, hey, what do you think about this? I don't like this. All right, well, we don't like it. We're going to keep going. I mean, after all, your military is the thing that was carrying that burden, right? So we'll see. We'll see. I am suspending belief, Sparky, until something comes out. I will make my evaluation with whatever comes out. I will tell you, though, if they come up with a deal and Trump uses this as a pretext to walk, where he gets the deal, he goes to Zelensky, the Europeans, and he's like, they say no. And Trump's like, oh, well, can't do anything about it. Fuck them out. They would also give the Russians what they want, too. I strongly suspect that all things being equal, they would prefer a deal. Like, they would prefer something of a new security architecture of Europe, which is funny to me because Europe is not included in the new security architecture of Europe. That's just the funniest thing in the world to me. And just to, part of the reason why it's funny to me, going back to this clip right here. She is so attractive and yet so dumb.
So much bigger economy than Russia is.
It's so much bigger economy. She sounds like a Valley girl, even though she's Estonian. It's so much bigger than Russia is. And if we can't beat Russia, how are we going to beat China? How are we going to do it? I don't know how we're going to do it.
China is so much bigger economy than Russia is, with so much bigger military than Russia is. So if you're saying that you're not able to beat, that we collectively are not able to really pressure Russia so much that it would have an effect, because then how do you say that you're able to take on China risk?
See, she's so attractive and so dumb. I wonder what her husband is like. Like, is he also that dumb? Like, because if you're dealing with a woman that dumb, like, would that be annoying when you're just talking to her? It's like you're at the cafe and she's saying really stupid, wild stuff, and you're looking at her like, how are you this dumb? How are you this dumb? I don't know. I could be wrong. Maybe she's very bright at home. KN Kareen, greatest show, never laughed so hard. Celeste was good, right? Celeste was damn good. And thank you for that. I appreciate you on that. Manny Rose, Celeste laughs about China. KJ No will disagree. I mean, what's the lie? He didn't say anything bad about China. His point is that the United States allowed China in the WTO. Bill Clinton, which is true. His point is that China has a massive manufacturing base with 1.4 million people. They pump a lot of money into tech. And the United States effectively gave up their tech sector, which is true. We did deindustrialize in the United States. There's a reason why we turned into a service industry as opposed to a manufacturing industry. That's not a negative against China. That's not an attack on China. That's U.S. policy. There's a difference in those things. I don't even know if KJ No would disagree with that. You could say he is not making the argument that China took advantage of us. He is not making the argument that China did anything wrong. China did what was in their national interests. Celeste's point is that the United States should have done the same. At least that's the point. That's what I take from it. Tell me if I'm wrong. Just tell me if I'm wrong. I mean, I could be wrong, Manny, but that's what I took from it. Kevin Wayne, according to you, nobody is right wing. That is not true. That is not true. Malik is a right winger. Lee Stranahan was a right winger. Scotty Nell Hughes is a right winger. I can go down the list of people who are right wingers. But if you ask me if Caleb is a right winger, no, I've talked to Caleb for years. I don't get that sense from him. Caleb is just anti-war. And from the standpoint of the economics thing, it's just, yeah, we just disagree. Me disagreeing with you doesn't mean that nobody is right-wing. There are a lot of people who are right-wing. I can show you plenty of them on my thing. People who think Trump is awesome. Trump is going to save the world. Trump is all of this stuff. You have plenty of people who are right-wing. But if you're asking me Caleb specifically, then I don't know. And I think I was honest with you. I told you, I don't know who's on RT today. I haven't seen RT in a long time. Rick Sanchez is not really a right-winger. He's the one who I know is on RT. But I haven't watched RT in forever. RT America, when it was here, I knew 2 or 3 people that were there, but I didn't know the entire cast. I can't argue that, like I said before. And I did say that. I can't argue that. On Caleb is not a right winger. Be fair, Kevin. Be fair. Be fair. Be fair. Be fair. Sparky, just yanking your chain about Batman in the 1966 Batman TV series was before your time. Yes, it was, and sort of campy. But I remember it. You're talking about Adam West, the Adam West Batman. Adam West Batman was fantastic. Like the shark repellent, where the shark is chewing on his knee, and Batman's like, and it's like, are you telling me that Batman just had shark repellent in his belt and he carries that around with him all the time? Think of the amount of weight, of just extra weird shit weight that you have to carry around with you if you have to carry around everything for every moment. It's like Batman is always prepared, even for sharks. It was very campy. The Adam West thing was very weird. Like the Joker was strange. The Joker was this kind of funny, laughable character. I prefer the dark Batman. You're talking about a man with a mental illness. I want him to be dark. Just yanking your chain. The 1966 Batman TV series was before your time. It was very campy, sarcastic panda or parody. You have laughed. The Wayne Foundation for Delinquent Girls was funny. Yes, it was. Yeah, I remember the Adam West Batman. So we used to have this thing called what was it? When I used to watch cable, one of the channels in the morning, and in fact, all during the day, they used to play 60s stuff. So Andy, oh God, what is it called? Andy Griffin Show, Batman, all of these shows, Lost in Space, the works. And so you used to be able to effectively watch that stuff. It was good. That was another one, a hospital show, one of the first ones that came out before ER. So I remember it. It is before my time, but I do remember it. Pink Rose, damn Jamal, you ruined Batman for me. I'm sorry, Pink Rose. I'm sorry. I am refusing. Oh, I'm referring to Lee Camp. Oh, okay. I'm referring to Lee Camp, part of the left that RT chased away. I see. And I am fair. You just don't like that I call him as I see him. I am saying be fair about the fact that I'm acknowledging that I don't know all of the people who are currently on RT. That's what I'm saying be fair about. Yes, Lee Camp is gone. But wait a minute. Were these RT America or was this RT? Everybody in RT was chased away. If you're talking about RT America and Sputnik, Radio Sputnik here in the States, were destroyed. The Biden administration put sanctions on RT or parent companies that destroyed RT America in the US and destroyed Sputnik. There are no Americans working for RT anymore, at least in the standpoint of the United States. Sanchez went to Russia, but he went to Russia and stayed. So, there's that. Again, I could be wrong if you're talking about RT. But from the standpoint of RT America, everybody's gone. Everybody's gone. I mean, did they reopen RT America that I'm unaware of? I could be wrong. But yeah, they fired everybody. Like, in fact, RT went belly up before Sputnik even went up. And, we go to work one day, October 15th, and we finished the first half of the show. And I think we're doing headlines. And we get a heads up that we've all been fired. We've all been fired. The lawyers effectively came out. The lawyers made the point of saying, no, federal government is clear. Going after the parent companies also affects main companies downstream. You need to stop, or you are going to be either fined, arrested, or something to that effect. And so on October 15th, we got our last check, and it was done. There were no checks after. Fired at the last minute. That shit sucked. That shit sucked. What is this? Batman had female Robins. By the way, Batman had female Robins later when people started bringing up the pedophile argument, and they were like, whoa, we need to do something about this. There was Batgirl, Batwoman. They ended up with the Bat family. But if you look at the comic books and you look at Batman as Batman, there were no Batgirls. They added Batgirls because they realized it was something dicey. In fact, you realize they even added Alfred because people started saying, why is this man with these children? Why is this man with these children? If you look behind the scenes when they were talking about it, of having the butler, it's because they thought it was too weird to have a grown man with children that he is training to go and beat people up on the streets. Alfred is a good addition, but I am right. I'm a comic book head. I know my shit. All right. What time is it? We've come to the end. And if I'm not mistaken, they're going to start at 11:30 Eastern Standard or Eastern Time. So they are about to start in a few minutes. I think we're all going to be glued in. And I will show you some before I let you go. Something that you all want to see. This was asked by popular request. And I don't think, you shouldn't be able to leave this moment without it. I give this to you with my deepest affections, because I know exactly what you would like to see in this moment. Enjoy. I do this because I care.
Attention. Alors, et la statistique.
President of Ukraine, ladies and gentlemen. President of Ukraine. Just to be clear, the man who's playing the piano with his dick right now is getting people killed left and right to the tune of 1.5 million people. Just want to put that in context. The man who had a talented career playing the piano with his dick has gotten 1.5 million people killed. Let's keep going. I mean, I know it's what you want to see. That is very talented. That is very talented. Just think, if he would have kept playing piano with his dick, all these people wouldn't be dead right now. All of these people wouldn't be dead. Arcane Eclectic, have you had Rachel Blevins on your show yet? Rachel Blevins does not want to be on that show. So no, I have not. I've asked her on more than one occasion. She's told me no every time I've asked. So no. Kevin Wayne, and by the way, it's her right. It's her right. I'm not saying it's a negative, it's her right. That was because people didn't get into stupid shit like accusing fictional characters of pedophilia. Alfred goes back to the mid-60s. Fair enough. Fair enough. Fair enough. Fair enough. Fair enough, Kevin. Fair enough. Fair enough. Fair enough. I just call him as I see him. Call him as I see him. That's what it is. Call him as I see him. Grown man. Batman. Mental illness. He puts on a cape and a cowl. Builds a lot of technology that's very lethal. And he goes out into the streets and beats the shit out of people at night. There's that. Same guy who does that finds young boys to bring to his house in order to train in a skimpy outfit. There's that. Just, you may not like this voice of truth on this. You may not like it, but it is true. But it is true. And by the way, Alfred, I'm talking about the TV show, like the campy Batman TV series. When they were talking behind the scenes, they were talking about we needed somebody because we didn't want him to look bad. Kind of like the OJ thing. When OJ was running through the airport, and as he's running through the airport, the commercial, or the people in the commercial was like, hey, there's a black guy running through the airport. We want to make sure that people don't think that he's a criminal because, hashtag reasons. So we need somebody to say, hey, OJ, hey, Juice. So they added the people to say, hey, Juice, to ensure that basically the white public didn't just assume, or the black public, just public in general, didn't assume that it was a black guy being chased by the cops at the airport. They do shit like that. They add shit like that. Like, give me shit. They add shit like that. And again, I would like to point out that the RT cast, I do not know if it's in operation. What I said to you, I want to nail this down because I am right. I cannot argue that point because I don't know who is on staff at RT currently. So, staff at RT, you're in your feelings. You're in your feelings. All right. I'm going to end this. Kevin, thank you, Kevin. I do appreciate it, man. I'm fucking with you, but I do appreciate it. Thank you. All right, I'm going to end this. I'm going to be eagerly watching every bit as much as you guys are. It's, oh, Jesus, it's 11:13 here. So if something comes up, I may pop in like non-pedophile Batman, and add in whatever's going on, whatever has taken place, if anything takes place of interest. And so that's it. You all have a fantastic night. We had a damn good show. I thank all of you for your support. Honest to God, I do. You have no idea how much it helps the show. Yeah. You all be safe. Be kind to the degree that you can be kind. Nobody postulated turning fictional characters into pedophiles. I do it, goddammit. I do it. I try to give human characteristics to my fictional characters. You all have a fantastic day. And I will see you bright and early. I may see you over the weekend. It depends on what goes on, what happens. And I may even see you later tonight, later this morning. But either way, you all be safe, be kind to the degree that you can be kind. Fingers crossed. Fingers crossed.